Let's try that again. I just realized that the audio was on the wrong track. So you guys were never, ever going to hear me. Ever at all. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Today is a pretty momentous, not an extremely momentous, but a somewhat momentous occasion. We get to, kick the teeth in on Upland Zorana. We get to finally put that region behind us. Maybe also stop by Lookout Landing, talk to Pora, that sort of thing. Before we get started on that, though, I do want to take the opportunity to check in with the commenters first, because I was a minute late. That's how I do this. Very well. Good going on the, first time post. Before we get started, for real this time, I'm gonna take just a moment to play with the camera and, thank our wonderful contributors for this month's cycle. If you guys want your name on these placards, which I read at the start of every stream, please do. Consider chucking some change at me. Patreon, Coffee, Twitch, whatever floats your boat, really. All that stuff can be found in my link tree in the social media viewer, or in the social media locations on Twitch, or in the description at the bottom for YouTube. Any amount of financial generosity is nice, but you guys being here is more than enough for me. While I do not have any one-off Twitch subscribers, Patreon patrons, or one-time donations, I do want to thank people who've used those systems in the past. This year, I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby for his continued Valkyrie tier membership over on the Coffee website for $5 a month. He gets collaborative benefits along with a whole host of sweet membership package features. Please do enjoy all of those, Mr. Rasby. Thank you once again, good sir. And with that, why don't we play the setup minigame? I've worked on a couple little doodads since the since the start of the weekend. I've got a couple of automation features I'm going to try to test out, and then assuming that the automation feature works, I can move on to automating the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the whole idea with the automation thing is just ironing out a few things so that I'm not spending time talking at you guys about what you could be getting through paying me money. Instead, I could be talking with you about the stuff we actually care about. Before we well and truly start playing the game, though, I do need to give you a recap, don't I? Last time on The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, you thought I was going to say Breath of the Wild, didn't you? But last time we wrapped up with the Joniu Shrine after spending 2 hours finding the correct channel to swim through in order to get that particular shrine. We also wrapped up by collecting all the Koroks in this region as well. If you guys want to follow along as we get all 1,000 Koroks, a monumental undertaking, I know. Do feel free to type in !TOTK MAP, or if you're on YouTube, there should be a bot coming around with the correct command. I do believe it is asterisk TOTK MAP. The commands, unless I've otherwise stated them, are like identical between Twitch and YouTube. Just change which symbols at the front. I'll make a new one for Kick too. That way you guys don't feel like you're, oh, am I on YouTube? Did I accidentally trigger something on Twitch? No, you know, or Kick, you know, when I get ready to stream there, you know, you can feel safe in your you could feel safe in typing things in between the 3 different chats. I'll also try to get something set up where, you know, maybe we're in a multi-stream chat and you guys can actually start cross-platform chatting with each other. And if and when that happens, I'll have to change how I refer to the various apps, but that's another thing entirely. Our goal for today is to finish up with all of the caves and the depths, and when that happens and we wrap up with lookout landing, we can head over to the last non-major region. And of course this last one will unlock some other stuff as well, something that I'm going to be putting off until the next well, no, I can grab the one here, but I'll be putting off the rest until the next episode. Let's catch up on chat because I've done a lot of talking at people. Hello, Mr. Jason. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, the moment I look forward to when I leave your stream on a Friday has come around. The next Mr. Coin stream. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason, as always. They say that they're quite surprised that you beat Mr. User 11 to first, Mr. Coin. I mean, you know, considering the size of our audience, I don't know if I would call not size. The average age range of the audience that I have at the moment, I cannot say that I'm truly surprised by that. Just that, you know, it is kind of unusual. I want to do a couple of bookkeeping things. I know I'm doing the chatting at you for 20 minutes before playing thing. And by you, I mean collective you, but I gotta get the bookkeeping done. I put this out in the Discord, but this is for the folks that are like, I don't want to join a Discord for whatever reason, which is also totally fine. And I still want to have a heads up of what's going on, and I don't read YouTube posts. Also valid. Essentially, I have automated a couple of things on the YouTube side that I should say on the stream end of things that I'm going to be testing out. Hopefully today at the top of the first hour or toward the top of the first hour, we should have that. The other more important thing that I think has already caused some confusion in my Discord is streaming to Kick. Let's talk about that a second. I'm not quitting Twitch. I know it sounds like, oh, am I leaving one platform for another? No, I'm not. There are only like 3 or 4 different case scenarios that would cause me to leave Twitch. One of them is, you know, the CEO not getting their act together. Whether that be Dan Clancy, you know, for whatever reason he's still in charge, or whatever CEO he's going to be replaced with. You know, if they're not getting their act together and they continue to put Twitch's foot in the fire over one controversy or another, I might leave. If Amazon, the parent company, says, hey, this thing's not profitable, pull the plug on it. Or we need you to start sincerely downsizing the amount of money you're costing us, such that, you know, we're not going to maintain X number of servers for people to, you know, upload content to anymore. We got kind of the same thing that YouTube does, just in live form. That would be another way in which I left. And there are like 1 or 2 other case scenarios. I did put that in the Discord chat. which I highly recommend you guys join, by the way. I work really bloody hard on my Discord. I curate it. We have forums for people to post pictures and so on. In fact, people just used the general chat today, which is not something they've done in like a couple of weeks. So we do talk at one another. I work bloody hard. I hope the directory has proven useful. I kind of forgot where I was going with that. It'll come back to me if it's important. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, I bet that this person used a turbo controller, but they made a Reddit post titled, for anyone curious, you can battle Lady Jacinthe up to 999,999 times before the number stops going up. I, of course, added the lady in front of her name because formalities are important within the SBC. Fair. You know, the number continues to increment. It's just that it stops displaying. That's usually what it is. Like, the number stops going up is easy to parse for the uninitiated, but the number is still moving up. There's like a display cap. That's usually how most modern games work these days. There's not that we don't deal with overflow or like stack overflow or numerical overflow features. It just kind of depends on the game and what platform and what computer system. Are you on a console or PC? Like, that's going to determine whether there's like an overflow value you have to worry about. One of the nice things about the... Yeah, an integer overflow. You are in fact correct, Mr. Jason. Yeah, that is an integer overflow value, and video games can only count to a certain amount. Yeah, for the most part, but you really only notice the overflow error if there are in like older games where it's very clear you were not intended to reach a certain value and they just didn't code the case for that. Like a what if you did for whatever reason. A lot of old Nintendo games have like a stack or a number overflow display error, or like an actual bug. There are a lot of Paper Mario videos or other similar games that go through and display all that. Mr. Coin, for example, in the very old Pokemon games, you think the highest possible amount was 255? Yep. PlayStation, pretty much most PlayStation 2 or 1 games also had like an integer limit of 255, and then after that, technically the last integer would be 256. But there are issues in computer code when you code up to maximums in some cases. So generally the running practice is to always stop one integer short of wherever the bit limit is, in which case 255. Since, 256 is the usual integer limit in PlayStation 2 or similar era of consoles. Oh, right. We need to mark caves. We can't just sit here and chit-chat. I mean, I would like to sit here and just chit-chat, but we gotta get schmoovin'. There are things to do. So in the interest of finding things to do, I'm gonna mark some caves real quick that we could go check out. Kind of go from there. Got that one already. We also have this one as well. And then we have... Well, okay, that one we already had to go into. There should be 3. Yeah, there are 3 nearby. One is, like, around here. Another is, like, here. And another is... the Pristine Sanctum, which we have not found a bubble frog for, so we should probably find that first. Let's see, then there's one here. You can I can see even a little bit of a blip of it on the on like the actual topographical map. And then there's one like here. Unfortunately, the thing to go by the wayside was farming. I did not farm any ore during this weekend. I do apologize about that. I was doing a lot of Elden Ring mapping, trying to get that like all settled and accomplished. And the reasoning for that is mostly just there are a few new features since the time that the original 20-ish episodes aired on YouTube for the Routing Posterity series. That I need to go make sure I know where those things are when we get ready to do the new when I should say if we ever do, not when, if we ever do a routing series, if we ever actually do a routing like live stream or a run live stream for Elden Ring Reforged challenge runs again. Oh, you know, I probably could have just like, yeah, I could do this. Hold on, I got a really halfway. He says he has a halfway decent idea, but actually that won't save us much time. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, you received another delivery today. You received your Metroid Prime 4 Beyond Nintendo Switch 2 Edition Power Bundle, which includes the game, desk mat, a set of holographic stickers, and a keyring. Nice, nice. You also wanted a Super Mario with mushroom ornament. So you ordered an additional Korok with backpack soft toy in red. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, so like a game with some extra frills added. Yeah, even though Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is like it is available for Nintendo Switch 1, not buying it. Even if I could, I would not. Like without like just rehashing how I feel over and over and over. It's really hard for me to support Nintendo with the current ongoing legal battles they have chosen to, they've just chosen to engage in. It's hard to make conscientious decisions on that. Okay, I think we might be able to get most of the way there from here. Close, but no. That's fine. Mr. Jason says if Nintendo UK sold little Korok seed plushies for 10 pence each, you would over time spend 90 pounds to buy 900 of them. Hey, you don't know where you would store them, but that's a future problem. That's fair. Hey, some people really enjoy memorabilia. I think even for me, I don't know. I guess I'm just a weird individual, right? At least I think I'm a weird individual where I really don't like knickknacks all that much. Like wall decorations are one thing, right? Because they're like out of the way, but even then, I would rather every inch of my space be covered with fancy yet functional furniture. I'm one of those form over function guys, and that makes my space, or my living spaces, look pretty boring. Outside of, again, just like wall decorations. I'm just... To me, it represents extra stuff that clutters up the space rather than something fun and decorative. Like, it's stuff you have to lift up or peel off every so often to clean. Especially ever since my house sitting jobs, like when I'm doing that, I do not. I just have less of a desire for just doohickeys and doodads and whatever. That's just not really my style. I like the art to be something I can use. Mr. Jason says, you're surprised that you ordered the Korok plush? You caused yourself an inflicted post-Korok stress disorder for finding them all. I mean, I don't know if I would... Maybe you're not fully aware of why your subconscious wanted that plushie, but I guess I can ask a follow-up question. Are you generally a plushie person, Mr. Jason? Do you have, like, rooms, or not rooms, but, like, a room, or, like, a section of your, like, space just for plushies? Because if so, then that pretty much should answer the question right then and there. Yeah, it's mostly, I like decorations, and I'm unashamed of that. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, honestly, Mr. Coin, sometimes boring is best. Boring is efficient. That's how I like to view it. Boring is efficient. I'm just gonna beat him into the water and he drowns. Easy kill. Dang it. Okay. Even though I want the stick, I have perfectly functional weapons, so I'm gonna leave that well enough alone. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, although you would call it minimalistic, I'm a minimalist. Yeah, I do often consider myself a minimalist. I have described myself in such a manner as well, so that's fitting. Gardens, on the other hand, different story. No, I'm not the kind that likes, you know, I'm not a garden gnome type of person. I don't care that much for lawn decor. What I do generally enjoy, though, is when nature itself fills the space with beautiful things. So I would be the type of person to plant primroses and enjoy that, because primroses are beautiful. Or, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning flowers are beautiful. Roses are especially beautiful, but they're very ornery and kind of difficult to maintain, so you don't just plant roses unless you intend to take care of them. I can really appreciate a well-curated garden, and that's kind of decidedly it's decidedly not minimalist. Nice. There we go. What are we hiding in here? I need to know for my purposes. Ooh, the rubber set. That's a nice one to have completed. These invaluable tights are resistant to electricity. They're made with something called rubber, an ancient technology that no longer exists in this modern age. Oh, one neat little thing I've automated is the jokes and puns counter. I have it automatically reset at a certain time of day every Saturday. Once I figured out the process for how to like tie things to specific counter increments, and relearned how cases work in terms of code, and when I updated Firebot to include that technology, I can now cause a piece of code or like a feature to check for, does a particular counter, like, does it read a certain value? Okay, do this. Or I can even have it check for a range of values, and as long as each thing in the range reads the same, is like part of the same case, it'll do that thing, which I think is really cool. I learned cases. I learned about coding cases in when I was in computer programming. When I took my semester of principles of computer programming, like I know all the basics about code. What I don't know is like how to actually efficiently like write it out, other than taking the time to do that. Mr. Jason says, I kid you not, Mr. Coin, if you ever moved out, you would need at least 2 or more moving vans for all of your stuff. Yeah, but see, I hate that. I'm like a military kid. So by that I mean, you know, I grew up in a military family. My dad moved bases a lot when I was a kid. It wasn't until, you know, that my mom and dad divorced and I was around 12 that I actually had like a semi-permanent like residence. So I learned a revulsion and a general annoyance for moving. I've helped my sibling, you know, move to dorm rooms. Nice. I've helped them move into dorm rooms, or other things. I've just generally not been a fan. Okay, we got that one. That's all done. What's next? What's next is, well, I guess we could do the pristine sanctum. Sure. Let's go over here. Yeah, I really dislike moving stuff. So for me, that would not work. I am the sort of person that wants as few boxes to move as possible. That's the only thing I dislike. Like, Mr. Jason says, if. Oh, let's read. If you like Mr. Coin on YouTube, please give him a subscribe. If you like Mr. Coin on Twitch, also give him a subscribe. You did, in fact, make an if statement. I should say, I think you forgot to close. Oh no, these are like different listings. You did, in fact, make an if statement, good sir. When you were in college, if and you don't mind my asking, Mr. Jason, because you have talked about it once or twice, what were you studying to be a computer engineer? Or like something related to computing? Mr. Jason says you never did if statements at college. Fair. Totally fair. I'm asking like a semi-personal question, so if you don't feel up to answering that, that's totally fine. I was just kind of curious. Mr. Jason says you made the most terrible looking website ever. Was it based on like vibes, like it's not vibe coding, because that would have happened during AI, but I'm sure they're like website helpers that you probably used, and or rudimentary HTML. That would be my guess. I agree, Gaddison. This rain is wonderful. I just don't like climbing in it. Mr. Jason says you didn't have a clue what you were doing. Fair. Fair. Totally fair. Oh, the last time I made a website in HTML was in middle school. I had like a computer programming course or class that I was in back then. You know, back when when kids could just take classes when based on something they wanted to do rather than, oh, are you trying to get into college or go to a trade? Okay, you need this, this, and that. Or, you know, nowadays, you're lucky if you get trade-oriented classes at all in high school, at least here in the States. It's weird. We want to emphasize blue-collar work, but we are simultaneously not gearing our kids to learn about it. When they're in high school and middle school, which is like the best time to learn about it, the American education system is just completely borked, and it's by design too, I might add. But I would like to refrain from serious subjects, at least for a short while. Okay. I see. Thank you, gentlemen. That's more chewed jelly that we could convert later. Mr. Jason says, although, Mr. Coin, when you were at college, you had an allocated support staff member helping you with note-taking because you were autistic, or you are autistic. Sorry. Yeah. Makes sense. This staff member was actually a friend of mine when they were a student and they were taking notes for me, and while the tutor was doing the lecture, I kind of cheekily checked my emails, saw an email from Nintendo UK, and logged into your official Nintendo store account, found them, went through checkout, and then closed the site down, and you still passed the course. Found some amiibo. Makes sense. That's a past event, so I'm not gonna finger wag at that, but the hope is that if for whatever reason, you know, you do go back to college, or you opt to, like, continue your post-secondary education, that you perhaps don't do that sort of thing during lecture hours. It's not a good look. I'm luckily am functional enough as a spectral that I didn't. Not only did I not really need that. Hello, which one did I trip into on the way here? Oh, a really bad one to find during this time period. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. We're just gonna, you know, have you, like, slide down this hill, like, several times. Bye. That's pretty funny. Oh, that I amuse myself. The jokes literally write themselves when that's happening. Mr. Jason says you most definitely won't be going to college again. Fair. A load of anxiety piled on you thanks to some of your course and the assignments. You left college in 2017, and you're only just feeling okay again. I hear that. Yeah, college is definitely not for everyone. It was pushed on a lot of us, you know, growing up. And I think if the government had just, if governments around the world had just kind of opted to do nothing, and not make it their personal prerogative to do this or that, you know, people would be happier. And you would actually get semi-productive citizens instead of literally everyone operating under perpetual serfdom due to taking on debt that they were never interested in taking on in the first place. Not to mention some other experiences. And we're at the point in society, in global society now, that really it doesn't care, or that the society does not care about what level of education you have. It's about results. What kind of results can you achieve with what you know. Also, in large part, and this is the capitalist in me speaking, we are not in a capitalistic society. Not really. What most places around the world are experiencing is something called cronyism, which is what happens when people get to cheat in capitalistic systems. It really sucks. And before anyone says, well, yeah, capitalism bad, no. Humans bad. Human make capitalism worse than it actually is. Socialism, if left unchecked, communism, if left unchecked, results in authoritarian tendencies. I've been doing a lot of thinking about this type of stuff, and what I've come to realize is that any system where you are asking another human being to do right is just asking to be set up. You are literally like asking yourself to get screwed over. It is hard for me to understand why so many people have a generally good view on government when, if anything, the opposite should be taking effect, because we are witnessing plots around the world unfold as a result of centuries and decades of social conditioning come in and corrupt people, or influence them with hate or malice campaigns or propaganda. It's all the same. Humans were never really meant to operate in such mass species-wide systems. I'll just come out and say it. I think humans are best when they're in isolated little communities with no knowledge of how things in the overall world are working. Humans need space for that sort of space to not think about those sorts of things. Make that 2 sets. Upland Zorana has been a very good place to find functional sets. That's 2, the rubber set and the climber set. Mr. Jason says, did I tell you some good news about an eBay order, Mr. Coin? You ordered your last Pokeball Plus on eBay. You saw that the stated courier was Every, and they're not great. Right, you did mention that. So you messaged the seller and said, hi there, while I do not mind it coming via Every if needs must, I would just like to inquire if you could possibly send it via another courier, Royal Mail, as I've been consistently and unfortunately getting. Even before this month when it's at its busiest, deliveries via Every at 9 p.m. or gone 9 p.m. each time. Kind regards. And the seller said, no problem, you'll send it with Royal Mail. That's awesome. It's nice when people work with you. Welcome on in, User 11. Yes, you are in fact decidedly not first, but that's fine. You don't need to be first. Just being here is plenty enough for yours truly. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I trust your weekend went smoothly. Oh, also, I just grabbed something and didn't read. It may look like a regular bandana, but it's actually infused with ancient technology that enhances core strength to improve your climbing ability. Sure, video game. Absolutely. User 11 says, yep, you just came back from London? Nice. Nice. Was London everything you thought it'd be? And more? Or was it like, it's okay, but I don't, I could have done without it. Or, did it have good and bad parts to it, and it's kind of hard to just isolate to an overall positive experience or not. Okay, yep. Slip Slidey Cave. Mr. Jason says, London is nice, but there's oh so much more to the UK than just the capital. Yeah. As an American, I find myself saying the same thing. Like, America is more than just, you know, our stuffy Congress members, you know, and our corrupt overlords. It really, truly is. There's more to it than that. Like, we are not our government, and probably now more than ever, we need to remind people of that. User Levin says, yes, great experience, very different culture and people. That's awesome. That's always nice to see. Learning about new cultures can be fun. Oh, hello, Mr. Bubble Frog. Goodbye, Mr. Bubble Frog. I'd love to do that someday, and I know I'm here I am, you know, American, about to say something that's like, yeah, you have multiple different states to go in. We have one country, and American people are known for having the considerable largesse in order to travel, but I am not most Americans. Your boy is broke and it isn't really capable of moving around anywhere. I would like to be able to travel out of my country someday, and not for reasons of, oh yeah, I happen to have a despot and a dictator in office who wants to say that he's considerably not a fascist, which is true, but if he isn't a fascist, then what is he? Is he worse? You know, if he isn't wanting to own up to the obviously bad title, then he can take a worse one. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, next time that Mr. User 11 does travel to London, they should check out Mr. Jason's favorite store, Hotel Chocolat. Very nice chocolate, and serve even some hot chocolate. But it can cost people their life savings. Yeah, Hotel Chocolat might be a bit expensive for a lot of travelers. Was there anything particularly notable about London that you liked, User 11? Was it just the overall package, or did something really stick out to you? I'm not trying to play 20 questions with your experience. I'm just curious. I've not been to London. I've only watched videos of people who've traveled to London. That's my little window in. Mr. Jason serves as another little window into the wonderful world of the United Kingdom. Hello, Mr. Bubble Frog. Uh-oh. Yep. Let's do this. Mr. Jason says, especially the signature cabinet at £200, $260, and 220 euros. Oh, it's the same. It's the same thing. That's what's going on. It's the same price listed 3 ways. When's the one world currency? I'm getting kind of tired of having to. I think having different currencies is cool. Don't get me wrong, but I sort of think we should just move to a universal credit chip so that people can't bully others with their currency anymore. I think that would just be for the best. If the entire human world just behaved with some amount of consistency. Oh, hello. Oh, are we about to head out of the cave? Is that what's going on? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason bought one of those back in May, Mr. Coin. Makes sense why you would know the price. Oh yeah, I'm doing a right with my left and a left with my right on my mouse. Let's not do that. Mr. Jason says we can have one global currency, the crypto Mr. Coin. Oh man, I wouldn't want to sponsor crypto, but you know, if the universal coin ever, if the universal crypto or currency ever did come, I would want it to be powered by things in the real world and not with like digital transparency, but not anything else. I'm like decidedly anti-crypto. If people need to know where I sit on that. User 11 says you're sorry your light went off when you came back and you didn't understand the question. No worries, User 11. I was saying, was there anything about your trip to London, other like something specific that you generally liked, or was it just you liked the overall experience when you went to London? I'm asking for more specifics. Is what's going on? Because I'm curious. I'm a kind of a homebody. I don't travel around much. So you guys are kind of like my eyes and ears into other places, you know, whenever. Or are those both the same? Yeah, they are. Those are both the exact same cave. Okay, cool. We've knocked off 2 in a single swing. Let's keep things moving, shall we? How do we want to do that? Yeah, Mifa Court. That's probably a good way to do it. Mr. Jason says the universal coin by Mr. Coin. I don't think so. Plus, there are so many people that have done a pump and dump by using their meme coins named after themselves that the practice of doing that is kind of just tainted for me. I would never do that. Oh, hello. Oh, it's time for this warrior to take a little break. Oh, you must have been repairing stuff all day. This is a fine place to take a break, I suppose. Outside of, let's see, and this is just while I'm conducting a couple of different conversations. Outside of like automation, I have been working quite steadily on how I want to do things after we beat Tears of the Kingdom. I've got a plan pretty much settled. You know, I just need to cobble all the resources together. Like, I know the order that I want to do things now. I just need to actually sit down and make the plan, write a script, that sort of thing. User 11 says they went to a theater. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. Ah, you saw a movie there. Really loved it. Also the normal things people love, like Big Ben and all that. So a sightseeing tour plus a trip to the theater. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, I appreciate you, you know, giving me that little window into your trip. That's, Oh, hello. Yes, I would like to blow that up. A lot of it up. And I believe our cave is right in here. Yeah, I bet the Big Ben was really impressive. Does Mr. Jason have any thoughts about the Big Ben? I know it's probably something you could see a bit more readily, but... Is it kind of like a whatever structure to you? You said it's a storm approaching, Mr. Coin. Too true, and we're about to find out if my automation features are working. We'll know at 1:56 p.m. if that is working. User 11 says, no, really a theater, not movie. Old-timey. Oh, like an actual amphitheater. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, I just didn't, I figured you meant... Nice. Yeah, I figured you meant theater like a movie theater, not like an amphitheater. That's also pretty cool. I bet that was nice experiencing a piece of history. Because old amphitheaters really are kind of like witnessing a piece of history.
Senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. And with any amount of luck, within like the next 30 to 60 seconds, there will be a little bit of a automated notice. But I do want to thank everyone for hanging out today so far. I really, really appreciate it. You guys really and truly are like the best part of my day. I often wake up and think about, you know, what my life might be like if, you know, I had never streamed. If you guys like this content, like my audience, or like me, and you want to support it for free, please do give the algorithm a good old zap by liking the video, subscribing to my YouTube channel, and by turning on the notification bell, so that you don't miss the sweet content that will be gracing your screens in the nearby future. That's one. For you guys on Twitch, if you wouldn't mind, and if you really like this content, or my audience, or me, please give the algorithm a little bit of a jolt. Just shock it a little bit. Tap the follow button, so that you guys can keep up with the wonderful content, so you never miss anything, especially if that notification bell that you click on after you've followed the channel is also turned on, so you never, ever, ever miss another piece of content. And with the follow button doesn't work for you, Mr. Coin. Indeed, you should already be following. Fair enough. Before I read messages, I do want to take a second and just explain the commercial breaks. I think I should probably try to bundle that into one video now that I know how it works. Now that I at least know I've got the process for the automation working, I can like fine tune it so so that it's efficient. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour around here. 3 minutes is how long they last. It'll be above my head at the top of the hour. When that timer reaches 0, I should be back at my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off. I highly encourage that we all take a break at the same time as well, so that we don't miss out on anything. I structure these breaks this way for a reason, and it's to eliminate FOMO. With that, why don't I take a second and just kind of catch up on chat. Welcome on in, Johannail Mail. H3215, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you get rid of that second star at the end, you should get the object map that you're looking for. That's what that command will bring you. It is a hyperlink to an object map. That's been sourced to us by Mr. NK Plays. If and you don't mind my asking, have you played The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom before? new, beaten it, etc., etc. I just like to know where my audience's like experience is for like avoiding spoilers, and it gives us stuff to talk about. Mr. Jason says, technically speaking, Mr. Coin, shouldn't it really be 7 minutes to blow us over? The 5 minutes and then the 3 minutes of the storm? Right. Yeah, 8 minutes, not 7 minutes. Mr. Jason said, or nope, sorry. User 11 says, is this new? Yeah, it is. It is. I'm trying to automate these things so I'm not spending quite so much time talking at people. Speaking of commercial breaks, though, I'll have to talk when that finishes. See you then. Sorry about that, everybody. I hope we all got something that we wanted out of the commercial break. It's most assuredly not the commercials. Also, let me double check OBS. Okay, it did the toggles I expected it to do. So yeah, that's good. I'm glad. Now I just have to bundle that into one advertisement and we should be good. Let's see if there are new messages. Nothing on YouTube. User 11 says your Wi-Fi is so bad right now that you're hearing something like this. When the back at I highly encourage this out. It cuts out. Yeah. I'm sorry that you're experiencing that. I wish there was something I could do for you, but I can't. That's why I highly encourage, especially if the Wi-Fi is like rough. Just check out the VOD. Like find something to do and like play the VOD in the background. That way, if you really do want to know everything that was said, you've got that option available to you. I would say this no matter who was speaking, I should say. That's exactly why the VODs are here. They're a record of, what we've done together as a community. Just, grab all these nice, sweet goodies. I didn't make any noise. Video game, there was no noise. I made no noise. Why were lizards freaking out over there? I have no idea. Do I have... I actually am not sure I have, like a usable sledgehammer. I probably needed to go back and grab a stick for this. Because, I don't think we're gonna be... Yeah, I think that's gonna be a problem. I think I'm gonna have to dispose of a part. No, not that. That's a waste of materials. That's such a shame. User 11 says that's what you're doing, Mr. Coin. Yeah, I hate that is like the thing I have to tell you to do instead of, oh, I wish I could, or turn this setting on or off to fix your Wi-Fi. I really hate that. I really, really hate that. We're going to... Now, we can use one of these, like, Horriblin horns. Yeah, that works. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit more. There. Now we can path through much easier. All we need to do now is, like, figure out where the heck our frog is. That's really the thing stopping us from moving forward, and I bet it's that sediment right there. Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting that one. Yeah, that's a talus. Hello, Mr. Stone Talus. Wonderful. I don't think so. You can get lost. Oh, except that has really low attack power. Get off. Yeah, rewind makes these stupid simple, actually. I could just sit here and wait for them to get saucy. Like right there. Just don't miss the input and you'll be just fine. Great. Oh, we can use this too. wait here. Do this. This is what a challenge run would kind of look like, I should also say. Just, you know, operating with like a high level of precision in the content. And like, oh, we pick up this many of that item before that thing happens. Oh, we can actually get rid of that. Make that 2 wasted monster parts. Instead, put on this nice, luminous sledge. Having one of these is, like, extra nice, I should say. Beautiful. Perfect. Fantastic. Okay, anything up there? I don't think so, but you gotta check for stuff like that. Also, what about this? Okay, nothing there either. Well, the Ulria Grotto is, I found a good place to farm bright-eyed crabs. So if we never find the bubble frog in here, we can at least say that's happened. Okay. What else? There's gotta be like a spot in here that we've just not checked. And it's certainly not gonna be here. Yeah, it's gonna be further in this cave. Let's see. I can use my map, actually, to kind of help me, like, determine at least if this is, like, a solitary cave or not, or if it's, like, part of a connected system. This is this is just, like, a solitary cave. So, once we find the bubble frog, we're good to go, assuming we don't find something more interesting. I'm trying to think if there's anything I could talk about, you know, outside of, like, the end of the year. Have you guys got Christmas presents figured out if you're buying them this year? Have you figured out the the way which you want to paint the Birmingham, so to speak? You know, hello, Mr. Bubble Frog. Nice to see you. Cool, we can get out of there now. You know, having everything go kind of the way you planned with no mistakes, no blemishes, just perfection. That's what the phrase "to paint a Birmingham" is means. It comes from a country song, actually. I'm not gonna sing it, but boy, does it have some picturesque turns of phrase. Especially old country. You know, back when it wasn't, you know, trying to sell you drinks to buy or, you know, men or women to go hang out with, or, you know, like revenge porn, when it wasn't trying to sell you one of those 3 things. That's when country music was actually a real spectacle and not a joke. A lot of music is like that today. If it isn't about sex, if like cleverly disguised sex or something else, then it you know, it doesn't sell. Or if it isn't about, you know, hating your ex or staring down the bottom of a bottle or about war, if it's not one of those, then oh, hello. It's kind of a waste. Sure, Jason says, if one have their hotel chocolate spending next year, one may be able to also have a butler for the washing of one's pots, Mr. Coin. Oh, you got to decide what's more valuable to you. Huh? Was this not the way to Hateno Village? I can't get lost now. Not after spending all that time with the Gerudo doll maker learning to make sand seal plushies. I refuse to give up on my dream of handing these out to school kids. I can't wait to see their faces light up when I give them these stuffed toys. Hope I can remember not to glare at them. Oh, I know. I should practice my routine so I can hand out toys with a smile. Hi, kids. I'm the sand seal lady. Huh. I'm sorry. I think I just sneezed into the mic. I am so sorry about that. I thought I had pressed the button. Apparently not. I just couldn't. I had my finger over it too. It just didn't press down. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason loves country music, Mr. Coin. The song Queen of Hearts by Juice Newton is a personal favorite. Interesting. Mr. Jason goes on to say, remember donating a load of torches to children a few years ago for Christmas, Mr. Coin? Their faces lit up when they got them. Too true. Not much pizzazz to it. How about, hello, kitties. It's nice to see ya. Everyone's feeling good? Oh my god. Cringe. Cringe. Omega cringe. Oof. Fake it till you make it, I guess, but it'll be worth it to see those kids beaming with joy. Oh, that's funny. Spooked the old lady. We gotta do this minigame again. You startled me. Give a gal some warning next time. My toys! They're waterproof, so they should be okay, but still, I wouldn't mind some help again. Load them all for me and I'll pay you. After an emotional damages fee of 20 rupees, that is. You'll still do it, right? Sure. Thanks. That's a huge help. There's 10 stuffed toys I need you to gather up for me. And it's raining, so it's really bad. I guess Junie is trying to seal a deal. Be sure to load them onto the cart nice and gentle. They'll fall right off again if they're hanging out the sides. Now hop to it. Okay, so we have to like spend some extra time doing this. So like it's not good enough. How on earth am I supposed to do this? Come on. Okay, like that. I'm gonna do this like once since we've technically already done it. Okay. Do it like that. Tilt up. Like this. And then... And we can only do it one at a time. Like, we need to, like, staple these together and kind of, like, move them up the thing. Is that all of them? I kind of can't tell. I think that's all of them. So then what we do is this. Oh. Or we could do that. And we can literally just pull them up like so. Nice, Link. Get up there. User 11 says another Joker, like Mr. Coin. Yeah, that, like, Junie here needs to be sure janned. That'll explain. There are some, literally. Really? Really, video game? Wow. Oh, I know what I could do. I could literally do this. Nope. That's not gonna work. Okay. Maybe? Yeah, alright. Like that. No. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna have to wait. Nope. Give up. Give up. Wait the 5 seconds, because we're not making it. We're not making it. That's too far. Hey, are you not done yet? This is taking forever. I have places to be. Mr. Jason says, I forgot, Mr. Coin. What was last week's JMPBB? I'm pretty sure it was 92. You would love to see a weekly list in the Discord. Don't know about in the Discord. I might be able to do something along those lines. I should write that down. Like, if we're gonna reset it, then we do probably need to be thinking about that. Also, did we not... I need to check, like, the community point challenge as well before I forget. Okay, I've written that down. And Mr. Jason says also 92 was way more than what you even imagined. I'll say, yeah, I thought it was going to be less than that. I thought we usually get somewhere between 50 and 70. 92 is like a top record. I was looking for something. I have blanked what it is I'm just looking for. Yeah, I totally blanked on what I was looking for just now. We got places to be. I also have places to be, so let's keep this moving. Just think, Mr. Coin, when user 11 reaches their full potential, we might pass 100. Too true. That is like a forced pun, though, so... Funny, but forced, so it gets the laugh. Wait, 0 of them? What was I paying you for? Great question, me. You weren't paying me anything, lady. I paid you for emotional damages. If I've got to do all the work, I'm keeping all the money. Don't worry, I can pick up what's left. I'll get this smiling thing down eventually, I hope. Anyway, I clearly need more practice at it, so leave me alone, would ya? Oh, no, ma'am, assuming you're still here, we're doing it again. Do we have the previous one marked? Yes, we do have the previous one marked. So let's put a mark right here. And go from there. Now that that weirdo's not interrupting me, I could start fresh. User 11 says, that's too much pressure, Mr. Jason. I don't think I have that potential. Still somewhat forced, but I do want to give the forced laugh a break. Everyone has hidden potential, pun potential even.
Sure, Jan.
Everyone has hidden pun potential, except maybe me. But my hidden pun potential is overwearing and overhyping used jokes. I'll practice smiling until my cheeks hurt. Uh-huh. I'll keep working on it until I could say that without cringing. Yup, I'm scaring you so I can win in a minigame. You again? Seriously, can you please not sneak up on me? It's bad for my heart, ma'am. Ma'am, you can't be serious. They're right. Load them all for me and I'll pay you. Yes, I still lose 20. All right, let's try this again. Whenever Mr. Coin makes a joke, the joke police consider locking him up in the penitentiary. Oh my goodness. Well, goody for me, we can use auto build. Kind of just like get 6 of them. Kind of like attach one to one of those. Right there. And the neat thing is that the stake doesn't have a loading limit. I mean, not any more than like other loading limits anyway. I just need to like get better at this. We have to be super close. I shouldn't even be thinking about this. We've got to be super close. Like so. Okay, switch clothes. Sir Jason, tip, just do what you did before, but better. Yes, clearly. Amazing, like, troll advice, if I do say so myself. Okay, and we just do this. We just literally... staple them all together. And we do have to, like, unstaple these to put them in the cart, if I remember right. I think. Yeah, it has to be, like, square in the cart. Okay, what's not counting? What's not counting? What one did I miss? I need to figure it out. Come on, Coin, you got like a limit. Are you freaking serious? Yeah, of course. I missed one. Nope. I'm gonna run away. Run away. Run away. My seals went flying, but they didn't scatter that far. Come back here. You know, never mind. Great, keep at it. Wait, is that a... No, of course not. Okay. Yeah, there's just no way. There's 0 chance. User 11 says, are you homeless? Buy a house. Yeah, it's fine. We were never gonna make that. We were never gonna make that with that kind of clerical error. Definitely keep practicing. Not sure I would talk about, you know, buying houses for the homeless. Maybe are you homeless? Go petition your government representative to buy this house. Or you know, I'm sorry. Go petition a government representative to literally start the process of more of building affordable housing. Though loading even 9 for me helped. You tried, I suppose. I'll at least return your deposit. Not like this. Keep working. I mean, It's just, I would say the joke is just a little bit in poor taste. I can't fault you for trying. Or anything of the sort. Telling jokes is an art, and, I mean... it's an art I'm terrible at. You can always... people can always feel free to join the club and not, you know, make jokes too. Or make really, really bad jokes. All of that works. Mr. Jason says, I didn't play this minigame, and now that you've seen it, you're all good. Fair. Ma'am, you were looking at me. You can't even pretend that you're surprised this time. User 11 asks, have you done all the memories like the draws thingy? Wow, she keeps spitting out new dialogue. You can't find the last one? I can probably point out where you need to go for that, User 11. I have not found them all yet, but, let me ask this. Is it like the very final memory? Because I assume it's like find 12 and then there's a 13th? Or is it one of the 12 you're missing? Or, hold on. Like the draws thingy. Are we, like, paintings? You're missing one of the 12. Okay. Hold on. There's like 18, you have 16. Okay, so you're missing 2. Hold on. I gotta, like, exit this, after I've read the dialogue. How many times is it now? Can't you see I've got a lot on my mind? You're the worst. Stop bothering me already. My toys. When mine's to help again. Load them all for me and I'll pay you. Wow, really? It's just 20 rupees. Well, whatever. I can do it myself. Yeah, I need to make sure I address this and not get caught up in something stupid. So let's do that first.
Oh.
That ought to do. I'll get this smiling thing down. Yep, you got it. We can make an old lady do things. All right, so let's look at the memories. So you have 16. There are like 18. Let's see, which number would you be missing? Because I definitely want to say number 12. Okay, assuming I'm following the order right. Number 12 ought to be... And 17, but one of them is not a drawing. Right. Yeah, one of them is the Master Sword. Like, going and dealing with the Master Sword. And another one of them is, like, the beginning of the game. Let me find number 12 on this map here, and I can point you in the correct direction. Okay, I found 11. It could be number 11, too. Why is this one suddenly so hard to spot? I'm trying to find this for you. Okay. So if it's memory number 12, 17 might be, get the 12, and then there's a 13th. But number 12, do you want me to tell you specifically user 11, or do you want me to get you a hint? I don't know how direct you want me to be with you. I'm erring on the side of caution until I know for sure. In fact, I could probably do better and show if you want me to get, like, extra direct about it. A hint, maybe? Okay. So, let's see. How can I best help? So, I'll tell you that it's in a Kala, and I will tell you that it'll be near water. Let's start with that. So I've locked in the region, and you don't need to check like inland to find it. Let me know if you need another hint. As for 17, I'm almost confident that that one is just get the 12, and then there's a 13th. All right, thank you. No problem, user 11. Feel free to come back and ask again if you need another hint or you want me to get more specific. We can come back and do this later. I feel like we've spent enough time on this, at least for now. Besides, I'm going to need to, like, even though I have what I need to do this, we've already technically done this once. And yeah, your question, Mr. Jason, I was just about to read that. Do you get anything cool from this minigame, Mr. Coin? As much as you hate to admit it, you like putting yourself through a lot of BS, Korok seeds, etc. I don't know. The last time we did this minigame in Hebra, or I should say in, like, Picada, excuse me, when we did that, we got money. We got like 50 rupees at a time. We did this like once or twice to confirm that money is what we're getting. I don't know what happens if you do every single instance of the same minigame, if there's more than one of them, if there's money. So I want to demonstrate this, but we lost 20 minutes to be just fumbling. You know what? I'll do it one more time. While I have the auto build like already mostly set up, let's do it. Yep, let's get this over with. All right, I'm gonna lock in though, and focus. After emotional damages, sure. You're welcome, lady. Stop being so spooked. You know what would probably be better is if we look through this. I gotta actually sit here a second while it builds. Anything here? Stick a plushie to one of these. Okay, it would help if I knew how the thing was being stuck on there. Oh, did we not actually stick a thing to it? We actually straight up did not stick a thing to this. Yeah, what we ended up doing was sticking it to a plank of wood. All right. Break that off. Make sure you get them all this time, Coin. There should actually be 10 on this time. It looks like 10. Okay, these will unsnap, and we can kind of figure out what to do. There. No way, you're done picking them all up? That was fast. Mr. Jason says, you just checked Mr. Coin, it is just rupees. That's what I thought. You think it's 100 rupees here if the page you've read is correct? Well, let's find out, shall we? Nice work. I didn't think you managed to load them up all in so short a time. So yeah, here's your pay. Your deposit is included in that. You know what? I'll take it. Mr. Coin is fast. He doesn't toy around. Oh my god. I'll get this smiling thing down eventually, I hope anyway. I clearly need more practice at it. So leave me alone, would you? With pleasure. With pleasure, ma'am. Not even Junie B is this radioactive. And Junie B's a book character, I should add. Whoa. Holy hell, that was entirely too much time spent on that. Okay. Okay, so we didn't even get the second cave explored. Mr. Jason says, I have good news, Mr. Coin. You can encounter Junie 3 times. Oh, is she in the waste? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. But me thinks she might be in the wasteland or the highlands. That would make too much sense. Or, you know, we just haven't encountered her yet. In one of the places we've already been. Gross. Oh my god. You know what, Alan? This one's for you. Stop. Yep. Definitely. Oh, actually, we should probably break this light scale. Thank you, Unobo. No, you stop that, you silly Billy. Sure. Wow, yeah, no, just like before, the Zora spear continues to very much not be an incredible thing to make. Good smack, Unobo. That Horriblin went flying. Yeah, that's what I like to see, is the Horriblin flying. We'll just get rid of that. We can, like, put a rock or something on the end. Also, I saw that, Bubble Frog. We'll go back and get it. User Livin says, with pleasure. With pleasure, ma'am. I mean, I'm sorry. I lost 20 minutes of a productive stream to that. Over a woman who spooks too easy, and I would give her some sympathy for the first time. It's the second time that's kind of a problem. Like, come on. And the third time, I was just right there in her face. She blinked and looked at me. She blinked and looked at me before, getting spooked. What was the hint again, Mr. Coin? The hint was a place surrounded by water, or near water in a kala. Like, I gave you the region, and you should look near water. Do you need me to get more specific? Let's get nice and chunky on the attack value. And then... Bye. No, get that dirty sword out of here. And let's see. Marked. We're finding things in places that I honestly didn't know, could have, like, I honestly didn't know these places could have those things. I wasn't expecting an enemy here. I'll take it though. That's one less enemy we have to find later. For a feature that we have not yet stumbled into in the base game. Nice. I love stabbing air into nothing. User 11 says, oh, you got it? Nice. You found it? Awesome. Oh, did I miss a joke, Mr. Jason? So sorry. You could say that Yunobo is really pulling his weight. Too true. Too true. He is pulling his weight today. I'll have to dismiss him before getting too carried away. I seem to be not pulling my own weight today. And I don't know what my deal is, honestly. Dang it. Sorry, I should also say to get like the snazzy like automation thing working, I did have to spend like 12 hours coding the like just coding things. Oh, so it does. Okay, that's a cave we don't have to worry about checking out then. That's really cool. Yeah, it does come out near the cursed island. So this was how you were intended to spot that shrine over there. Kind of neat. Yeah, Tingle Island. Or Tingle, since it's supposed to be related to the thing, but not inspired by the thing, but not a carbon copy of the thing's name, if that's making any sense. I guess I can maybe ask you guys this. I don't have a long period of time to ask it. When we get to the Gerudo Highlands, and I do think we're going to get to the Highlands today, do you guys want me to get all of the remaining you know, dragon's tears this episode? Do you want me to do that? Or do you want me to do that next episode and title that accordingly? Doesn't much matter to me. I thought about doing it next episode, but I can be convinced to do it sooner. I'm not attached to that plan. Mr. Jason says I say do the things in the nice order that you've established. Okay. I will still pick up the one for that area when we get to it, because that's typically kind of one of the first things I get out of the way, but the rest I'll wait to get after you know, after today. User 11 says that's Lanayru, not Akala, Mr. Coin. No worries. You saw it, though, anyway. No, I said a place surrounded by water. I mean, Lanayru does have water. Since you found it, I'll tell you. I was trying to point you in the direction of Wrist Peninsula. It's a place surrounded by water. A peninsula is a place surrounded by water on at least 3 sides. But I fear my hint was too vague if you thought Lanayru instead of Akala. Like, even with the spelling out that it was in Akala, I feel like my hint was still probably a tad too vague. Which is fine. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, on your followed channels list on Twitch, 10 streamers are live, and Mr. Jason mods for 9 of them. Nice. User 11 says, I think you should enjoy the game, Mr. Coin, whichever way makes you enjoy it the most. Fair enough, User 11. Thank you for your input. I really appreciate it. Then in that case, you know, I'll stick with the script. We got to get through these caves first. I'm speaking like it's a done deal. It's very much not a done deal, but like we could end up getting stuck in a cave today. We already got stuck doing minigame shenanigans for 20 minutes. I could easily see something being problematic. Okay, we've got 3 of these. We're kind of going around the outsides now. In fact, there are 2 of them that are literally... They're probably part of the same cave system. Let me take a look. Yes, they sure are. So there's this one here. User 11 says, oh, then we were looking at different ones. Yes, I fear now I have actually... You've confirmed that I've spoiled one for you, like inadvertently. I thought you had gotten the one I mentioned and just were trying to tell me the hint was wrong. No, you got led to a different one. Whoops. I didn't want to, like, hash out that comp. I needed to be careful and not be too pushy with that. Mr. Jason says, and ironically, Mr. Coin, 8 of them are under the TCC. Fair. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, Mr. Coin, do what makes you comfortable. Don't do anything that's out of your depth. My man, Mr. Jason, you've read, I'm sure you have read the title of today's stream. We are going to be in the depths and out of the depths all day. All day. Just, like, no holds. Did we really get all the caves here? Yeah, I think we did. Holy cow. Yeah, we had to go through all 4 just to find that. Okay, and the next cluster of them are over here. There's like... one maybe here. Are they part of the same cave system? Yes, they are. So we just need to find one of them and then get the other ones. Okay. Then we've got the by road, the railless channel. Mr. Jason says, want to know funny fact, Mr. Coin? Sure, what's up? You didn't actually read the title? You were too focused on puns in chat? Fair. That's totally fair. Here, I could see it. User 11 says, you gotta go now, Mr. Coin. See you tomorrow. Very well, User 11. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. As always, your company is much appreciated. Do rest well, my lovely senator. It was good to see you. Hopefully I'll see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if for whatever reason, you know, I don't get to see you again, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to continue spelunking. I feel confident if I'm focused, and you don't get distracted with too many shiny baubles or toy plushies. We can get this done. Referring back to the previous comment by Mr. Jason, that's fair. Today's title is Diving to the Abyssal Depths, which is a reference to the fact that this area is literally just lots of water, but also, not only that, but, you know, our goal was to at least have mapped out the light routes today. I want to get those light routes done. I typically explore the some of the depths on my own.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. this.
That, my fine friends, is a 5-minute warning for the commercial break. I'm going to keep an eye on my advertisement sources in case they flag for whatever reason. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They last for 3 minutes. There will be a timer above my head when that happens. And when the commercial break, or I should say when the timer reaches 0 after the top of the hour, you know, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. We did do the minor shilling, and of course, you guys being here is more than enough for me. But if you do feel like being financially generous with your money, I do try to give you guys, you know, stuff that you want, such as voting power, through any like continuous membership package, or emotes if you go through Twitch, and so on. If you guys want to find access to all those different like points, depending on what package you want to get, whether that be through Patreon, Coffee, etc., please check my link tree either in the description on YouTube toward the bottom, or where my social links would be on Twitch under the video player. There should be a link tree link. Feel free to click around on that. The best bang for your buck is definitely Patreon or Coffee. You get most of the same things the rest of your peers get for only $1 a month. The other tiers really only add 1 or 2 different things, you know, outside of the unique things that Twitch offers and provides, just due to what kind of website it is. Let me catch up on chat again and we can keep moving. Mr. Jason says there's a special surprise in the depths here as well, Mr. Coin. Oh, it's probably another Frox. Another like surprise jump scare Frox. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, there are Oracle of Ages and Seasons references near Charm Point on the map. Oh, that's cool. Let's see if I can find them. Brenna. So Brenna is... It says Brenna Plain. I'm pretty sure the city of Labrina is the reference here. And you got Horon, Lodrum, Winter, and Samasa. Yeah, Labrina and Holodrum references Brenna and Lodrum, respectively. Oh, they literally... Hold on. They literally just lopped off 2 letters. They lopped off Hola, if you were to arrange the letters very carefully, and literally slapped them on the map, and oh my god. And no Talus at Talus Plateau. Yes. Wow. What a scam. I'm kidding, it's not a scam. It's thoughtful they even thought to include that at all things considered. Oh. I thought this cave wasn't going to contain the chasm, but it does. And also, Mr. Coin, no shrine at Shrine Island. Charm Point is just a bunch of nothing, huh? Yeah, no shrine at Shrine Island. Makes sense. Interesting. I'm willing to bet our friend the Bubble Frog is like back there. But we're gonna find out. And also, Mr. Coin, you think one location in the Oracle games is called Tarm Ruins? It is. It is. It's the I want to say it's the first place outside of or in Holodrum that you're supposed to go. It either contains the first dungeon or it's the first like animal power you're supposed to get. I don't remember Oracle of Seasons very well because I've never played it, so any memory I have is based on what I've watched of it. I remember more of Oracle of Ages. Anyway, I'll see you after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. I had to clean up a logistical discussion. I'll read messages as soon as I can see. Right now, I'm cleaning my glasses. Let me go back through and catch up on chat. Anything on YouTube change? Welcome on Intention. Yeah, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Tension says, hey, WTW, Mr. Coin. Not sure what that means. I just not hip with the kids. You got 105 Koroks left to get. You're so happy you're almost done with Breath of the Wild. Nice. That is awesome. That is wonderful. Yeah, it's got to be pretty nice to realize that you've got your, like, 800 out of, like, 900 to go. Unfortunately, it will also means what's the word? Gotcha. Now I know. It's probably also going to be infuriating at the same time. Not necessarily at the 100 mark. I still felt like I had fine command over the Koroks I was finding at that stage. It's going to be like the last 10 or 20. You're gonna be like, what did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? I literally had to go, when I was playing Breath of the Wild live, I did literally have to go scout out the 10 puzzles beforehand to show the audience the following day. It was rough. I didn't like it, but, it's water under the bridge. Tension says you got all shields, swords, and bows. Nice. Which means they're in the compendium, right? You've been taking good care of your compendium while also doing other stuff. Mr. Jason says, I would love a Mr. Coin Oracle game playthrough. If I could ever get the games, sure. I'm speaking from memory. I do not believe I kept old games. I didn't start keeping games until I was in college or like high school. I mean, I kept some games, but often I wasn't really quite so reticent on trading for things until... Oh, also I have the internet open, and I don't need to have the internet open right now. I'm sure I could get a copy of those relatively cheap. Ages and Seasons, because they shouldn't be in incredibly high demand. They weren't that well performing. They're just kind of a cult classic, or like a cult, like a Legend of Zelda, like, hidden gem. They're underrated. But even so, it'll take a while before I have to figure out how I'm gonna do that. I already still have this problem with my 3DS. I have wonderful games I'd love to show. I'd love to show on stream, and I just can't. I don't have the equipment for it, and the equipment is like $2,000 easy. Because it was a limited production run of the equipment, apparently, for some crazy reason. Tension says, wow, that's crazy. Then they go on to say, none. Your inventory you already got all the pictures? Good. Okay. Yeah, so it is just finding the... It is just relatively few things left you've got to do, right? Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Well, the TCC is, of course, professional all times when open. You had to have a laugh one morning. Someone sent you a TCC-related query at around 6:25 a.m. one day. The first thing in my mind was, I'd be more than happy to assist you with that query. Once we open in 3 hours, Kappa. Plus, you hadn't even had a cup of tea at that point. Fair. Yeah, so that's kind of the functional equivalent of, leaving things on red, which some people may or may not find, infuriating. That's directed at Mr. Tension, but Mr. Jason is perhaps quipping that you might want to take a bit of a break, a long break, before Tears of the Kingdom, Mr. Tension. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, the Oracle games are on the base Nintendo Switch Online subscription as well. I used to maintain that when I was a college student. I do not do that anymore for perhaps somewhat obvious reasons. Yeah, no, I think no, I didn't maintain Switch Online. I would have gotten access to different stuff. I would have found all kinds of ports of things to play. No, yeah, that would have been different. Now, sorry, I realize I just went through a complete whirlwind, but yeah, I think the Switch Online subscription's like different from like just the subscription required to have online access for online servers. I think those are two different things. Mr. Jason says, as the executive chair, you're a stickler for time. 9 a.m. start. Fair, and all your directors know that. Yes, you are very selective and particular about the time you do things. Tension says, you already beat Tears of the Kingdom 100%. It took you a month and a half. Well, yeah, if you can have dedicated playtime, yeah, this game really doesn't take that long to beat. We've been playing this live for over a year because outside of the stream, I really don't play that much of this game. I'll do grinding, but I don't like play it in my spare time or anything. I got other things I use my spare time for these days. Hello, Mr. Bubble Frog. I see you right over there. And it looks like there's nothing else as well, so we can, like... I don't want to go through there yet, but we should remember that this is where the chasm is. So I'm going to put a star so I know where that is. I'm going to put 2 stars, in fact, so I know exactly what that is. Tension says, nah, never rush, you're just a gamer. That's totally fair. That is completely fair. Back when I did game in my spare time, yeah, stuff like this, easy. But when I'm doing it for a stream and I need to showcase everything, that's like a completely different mindset. I cannot just game because I want to. I cannot just do something spare and then, oh, like, welcome on in, everybody. This is what I did. I do that on occasion when there's grinding, but I don't, like, regularly do that. Maybe it would be more permissible if it were like, oh, I'm not a walkthrough stream, I'm not a Let's Play channel or anything. Then yeah, that's fine. But I still think that kind of cheapens the watch experience. Because, you know, when I'm streaming a game, when someone's streaming a game, you want to see it, right? You want to see everything, or at least, you know, the stuff you're interested in. You don't want to come back and I've hit some different point where I've solved the shrine already. That's not good. That's not good. Most people would tune out if stuff like that were happening on the regular. Granted, you can put that in VOD form, but... Or, like, you can record that. But even then, there's always a chance there's a mishap with the posterity recording. Like, it's just better if you showcase things. At least in my opinion. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin could have finished this game ages ago if he didn't tarry so much. Hey, I'll have you know. I'll have you know that it wasn't just tarrying around. This game's got long cutscenes, man. We're not like, you know, Hideo Kojima levels of long cutscene. Holy cutscene Batman, those are long. But, they are they are long cutscenes. Like, most of the Sage cutscenes are like 20 minutes. Heck, the opening one was like, if you cut out all the extended walking, it was like 10. Attention says somebody you know says they've been playing Breath of the Wild for 5 years with no guide. If they manage to pull off a 100% completion with no guide, I would be super impressed with that, actually. I would love to talk to them about that experience, because that would be great for the video essay. But oh man, even if they end up like folding and getting a guide, you know, I would probably still like to talk to them about that. Mr. Jason says it's not classified per se. Mr. Coin, you were considering a board meeting to discuss if we should open the TCC at the weekends unless it is really important. I mean, I'm not working during those hours, but like with Discords, you know, you're never truly closed. You're always like operating at some like base level. I kind of like in Discords to DNA transcription, where the simple version is, you know, when your genes aren't being transcribed, they're closed. You can't transcribe them, right? That's not really true. You have what is called a basal level of transcription, as well as like, you know, transcriptive leaks. There are some parts of your genetics that are being continually opened at all times. It's actually it's fairly eye-opening once you consider just how much your DNA is being zipped and unzipped to access things. Tension says they're at 98%, and that is impressive. Yeah, I hope here's to hoping that they get the last 2% without that. That would be really impressive. Do they use any amiibo? I don't know if you happen to know that. But do you know if they use like any amiibo? Or is it just like the, you know, the base experience plus like the DLC or something? Something along those lines. Okay, we've got the Foothill Cave, which is like... where did I spot this again? Oh, it's this solitary cave here. Okay. I figured that earlier. Stop. Tension says no amiibo, just the DLC. Gotcha. Okay, that's really cool. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Hope you enjoy your. I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're doing some spelunking. Before we head into the depths, we gotta get all these caves out of the way. Tension says you use no amiibos as well. Same. I don't own a single amiibo, and I'm pretty happy to keep it that way, if I'm being honest. It's not that I dislike amiibos. You know, if you guys like amiibos, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I just don't. Not only would buying an amiibo now be in really bad taste, but they're like 30-40 bucks for just, what, a figurine and digital content depending on the game. That's just like, that is super greedy for no apparent reason. I can't see myself doing that. Mr. Jason says it's always a good time when Alan appears. Too true. Mr. Jason says, then goes on to say, Mr. Coin, your last ever amiibo figure purchase was the 19th of October in 2018. Too true. Alan says, is he still, are they still doing it? Is it still doing it? Good, it's not yet, bitches. Oh, God. Yeah, just, amiibos cost a lot of money. For I shouldn't say seemingly little value. It's more like sporadic value, where you'll get something, you're like, oh, I used up all the value in this. I guess it's just a shelf ornament. A new game drops, and you're having to check through your collection of 25, 45 amiibos and go, okay, is it this one? Is it the one with Peach in a dress? Is it Pink Gold Peach? Is it I don't know, Baby Mario? Is it, what about this little random star amiibo? How about the Cappy amiibo if there is one? Or you know, a Samus amiibo. You're pulling out your collection, just slamming it on top of your controller, wondering what the heck did you get? Did you get anything? Did you get anything? Did you get anything? And eventually you learn, oh man, my 45 amiibo in my collection don't do anything for this game. Did they release new amiibo? You check the release. Redemption tab? Oh no. There shouldn't be anything that's happened to the redemption tab. Hold up a second. I got like 3 or 4 different chains of thought happening here. Yeah, just amiibos be crazy is what I got to say. Let me catch up on messages because I am clearly behind. Tension says they give you enough outfits in Tears of the Kingdom already. Yeah, and that's with folding in the DLC outfits. Moving over to Twitch. Alan says, and I always have a good time when your mom walks in. The classic your mom joke. Mr. Jason says, I wonder what a Mr. Coin amiibo would do. The coins from Smash, that's what that would look like. And it would give you money. That's all the amiibo would do. Give you money in whatever game Nintendo makes. Alan says, what the F happened to the redemption tab? There's new ones and a donate thing. I don't think you were here when I went over that. That's cool. So the new ones in blue are check-ins. One of our contributors asked to have a check-in done, so I made him one. As for the donation thing, that was put together for user 11, actually, as like a compromise between them having to find 15 people to chain together for me to wear a hat all stream and, you know, wearing a hat all stream. Now, if people want to see me wear a hat all stream on the next stream after it completes, people can pay channel points for that. People can contribute 20,000 total channel points. We have 27. We have 27,000. My brain is not braining. Sorry. If you, I've set it to be 20,000. If people contribute 20,000 points, to that challenge, the next stream I'll put on a hat. I believe you have a donation cap. You can't donate more than 2,000 points in a single day. It's to encourage everybody to, you know, participate in the challenge together. But I structured it in such a way that if someone were present every day that we stream, exactly 10 days, you know, we can, you guys can have that challenge solved. Yeah, most of you have enough. The issue is not how many points it costs. It's what will Twitch allow you to do. This is a case of, this is what Twitch is allowing you to do. Mr. Jason says you have your own check-in, but that anyone could use, of course, but it contains your title. It does. Yeah, anyone can use the title, but, you know, not just anyone should use it. If you know, you know. Too true. Tension says it's enough on Breath of the Wild with DLC. Yeah, oh God. I really probably need to just I know I still have those VODs hanging around. I need to, like, get that done and over with, along with a number of other things. I've really got quite the laundry list of projects to do. It's not even funny. Let us do this. Climb fast and less stick. Mr. Jason will come to the determination of whether he wants to or not help with the community challenge thingy. It's 2,000 per person per day. So like if 10 people came in and donated 2,000 channel points, you know, the community challenge would be complete immediately. What the heck? I'm gonna drop this. Do I need that? I might need, actually we need to, like, I need to still grind out weapons to get the pristine copies anyway. Hello, video game. Yes, my sledge did in fact break. Horrendous. Let us staple on a Horriblin horn. It's been a while since I've used all of these. Attention says nice one. Alan says also, where are you? We are at the Upland Zorana Foothill Cave. Mr. Jason, I'm not sure Alan would appreciate that particular line of phrasing. That's saucy, even for you. Yeah, the sky is blue, the grass is green, and the sun is yellow. Oh man, my folks must be, smoking the herb. I can smell it. And this is with my door shut, I should say. Yeah, my dad smokes, marijuana for pain. And marijuana has a distinct smell when it's smoked. It's very pervasive. It's like extremely pervasive. It tends to stick in your hair, on your clothes, even if you don't smoke it, right? Like you yourself can be totally pure of the stuff. But if your relatives or family members are smoking it and you're around that stuff, your friends and compatriots can still smell it on you. It's really frustrating. As a pot smoker, it's stupid frustrating. I get it. I know why my dad smokes it. I got it. It's for the experience. But like, it clings to my clothes. My friends comment on it all the time. My sibling comments on it all the time. Yet people can tell, and strangers think I smoke pot, and I don't. I have enough, you know, I have enough to deal with without that. But that's a personal gripe of mine. I'm sorry, I missed one statement already. Mr. Jason says the sun, Mr. Coin. What's that? Brits don't really see it. Too true. When is it not raining? I bet some British people really do want the title of "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" to be the truth for them. Alan says, yeah, your stepmom smokes pot for her appetite, but she always steps outside. Yeah, the thing is that if your folks aren't stepping outside like clockwork and the ventilation's not good, it will still stick, right? Now my dad does take his smoking outside sometimes. You know, whenever it's not raining, it's not cold, and it's not hot. And when you live in the South, like we do, you know how often it's not cold, hot, or wet. Very rare. Very rare. So we end up, it ends up being inside more than outside some days. It's just kind of a frustrating thing. And this is why I'm trying to like advocate for the gummy switch, because the gummies don't stink. They don't stink, and given the time, it'll come out of my clothes. Mr. Jason says you had a weird phone call the other day. Some drug users asked you if you know where to find drugs. You politely said, just put the phone down and press the hash key. Wow. Wow. That is my goodness. That is some somewhat dark humor. Oh my goodness. Hash is like a specialized form of marijuana. It's kind of like dark brown pasty stuff with speckles in it. Yeah, it's that stuff has a smell all on its own, and this is outside of like normal marijuana use. Hash is really potent. Oh yeah, I had meant to ask. Alan, your audition for that music festival was Saturday. How did it go? Did you get like placement? Did the chorus get placement? And was the audition what you expected? Did things go according to plan? I'm just kind of curious. Boom. And one more time for everyone in the back. Alan says it went good. You didn't bomb the sight reading like last time. That is awesome. That's fantastic. I take it everyone liked the performance. Since it went good, everyone clapped. Man, the last time I remember, and this is just kind of me, you know, reminiscing about things in my own life. The last time I went, oh right, we want like the high impact shield on top, because the durability is the top part, not the bottom part. I'm learning things. Yeah, the last time I was in choir and sang anything was middle school, and you still had to audition for that. Man, it was a winter chorus as well. Hello, Mr. Bubble Frog. Bye, Mr. Bubble Frog. Alan says the performance is in like January. Ah, okay, that's cool. And that was the audition for it. Well, I'm glad the audition went well. Here's to hoping that, you know, the actual performance itself goes over well, because I know that's got to be a nagging thought is, you know, okay, the easy part is done, or the relatively easy part is done, right? You know, you sang, not that singing is easy. I wouldn't know anything about that. You know, you basically sing for like approval. Here, it's like now the performance is real, and it's worth a lot more. Good luck. I don't think you'll need it. Honestly, you sound like it went pretty well. You know, not bombing the sight reading and borrowing from other statements you've made, Alan. I'm hoping the actual performance itself goes over just like the audition. Good. Attention says you tried to fuse 2 shields in your playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom. That's crazy. Yeah, the fusing shields it's the most confusing thing I've worked with so far. Like, I don't really get what the point of it is other than durability or, you know, like stapling a device to it. That's like the real big thing, is stapling a device to your shield, like a rocket or something. But like actually just stapling like regular plain Jane shields on top of each other, I still don't know what the appeal of that is, apart from having something to store shields so that you can rip them out at Tarrytown later to get more shields if you need to do that. You're not getting durability or back or anything. It's literally just I can't like hold these individual shields now. I need to have them I need to have access to them later. Alan says the difficulty of singing depends on the song. Fair. Alan says that only 15 bases. Your base tried out. And there were a lot more that got in last year, so you're definitely getting in. Good. Good. I'm trying to think. Base is like the low end of the register, right? If I'm remembering my like choir positions, I'm pretty sure the base is the low end of the register, while you've got like the baritone, which is the middle, and then you had the tenors, which were high, and that's for men. Women have different names for that. Alan says, yeah, lowest ones. That's what I thought. So I'm glad I still remember. Tension says, you never got it down. It's just pressing ZL instead of, you know, something else. That's really all it is. Like, the controls are straightforward. You did a rocket every time you tried to. It didn't work. Probably pushing the wrong button. Yup, that's what it was for me several times, too. It's just, you had to press the right button. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I'm sure Alan will do well, but I'm sure that there is a baseline to hit. Baseline? I'm trying to recognize the joke here. Oh. There is a joke there, I think. Yeah, I'm confident that Alan will do well as well. When I was in choir in middle school, I think I was a baritone. I was neither in the low or the high sections in middle school. Not that there was an incredible amount of room for that. We all kind of sounded monotone back in the day. Oh, also, let me go ahead and get on the right armor. Alan says, you think it goes bass, Barry? I think that's the female equivalent for the bass. Tenor, alto, soprano. Yeah. Yep, something. Oh, Barry's and baritone. Right. Got it. Yeah, oh, the alto is like the lower end of the female register. Welcome on in, Harry Murphy. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and health, or in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. We've come in at a good time. We're cleaning up some caves in Upland Zorana before we move on to the depths, and then we'll be going to the Gerudo Highlands from there. Hopefully things are going well for you. If you don't mind my asking, hopefully you don't mind my asking, but, how much of Tears of the Kingdom, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom have you played? Are you new to the game, beaten the game, played some number of hours in it? I'm always curious. I always ask my audience this, so that we have you know, a good going, like a good baseline for where to take conversations, how to avoid spoilers, and so on. This is a first time playthrough for myself. And I'm enjoying it. I have to say, for the most part. Let me go back over to the Tabal Woods and find out. It's like, oh, not far enough this way is what it is. Alan says, what you mean by Barry is baritone? Yeah, exactly. Oh, are you sure that there's a minimum to hit? Yeah, okay, I got that now, Mr. Jason. I'm sure Alan will do just fine. Is this... Am I just silly? Yeah, I'm a silly Billy. I just missed the cave is what it is. Harry Murphy says you played when it came out. Nice, nice. Got pretty far, completed the depths and all that jazz, final battles, etc. Enjoyed it a lot. That's good. And you recently got back into the whole franchise? Ah, so re-experiencing Zelda again. That's pretty cool. If you don't mind my follow-up question then, Harry Murphy. What was there anything about Tears of the Kingdom that you enjoyed that particularly stood out to you? Story, combat, etc., etc. Am I saying bass? I'm pretty sure I've said bass a few times. I think the reason I said bass was I was trying to like figure out simultaneously when I was saying it, was Mr. Jason making a fish joke? Like a fishing joke? Or what? Yeah, it's supposed to be bass. Not bass. Bass. Whoopsie, that's like a rookie level mistake right there. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, did I ever tell you that you truly love the community? You always have Mr. the wise Rasby, the near enough always first user 11, the bear of a certain type, the spinster extraordinaire Shiny, and then Aelin. Yep. You've mentioned that a few times. We have a wonderful community. At least I like to think we have a wonderful community. We're a bit disparate, but disparate community is kind of the point. It would kind of be a bit garish if we were all sort of the same. How did they not like notice that at all? That's super hilarious. Harry Murphy says, to be honest, probably the nostalgia speaking. Fair. Like, nostalgia can create, like, a huge amount of bias. I would agree with that. You much prefer Breath of the Wild. Fair enough. But you thought Tears of the Kingdom's endgame was much better, and the depths add so much to it. Ganondorf is pretty cool, too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Mr. Ganondorf myself, honestly. The last time we saw him was Ocarina of Time. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I have to shock you. Nothing else works in a dense cave. I prefer Tears of the Kingdom, but I think I just like having more stuff to do more than anything. But I think both are great games. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are both like fantastic games in their own right. I do have to give it up to Breath of the Wild for like redefining an era of gaming, or like becoming the definition for a new era of gaming. I've said this before, and I kind of still I still stand by it, and I'll continue to stand by it when I make the video essay at the end of all this, that Tears of the Kingdom, or I should say Breath of the Wild, sorry, is a modern day cult classic. It really is a must-play game, even if only to play it for the history of gaming. Like, I think being I think just for that reason alone, you know, Breath of the Wild like has an advantage there. But I think both are great games. I'll expound on that a lot in the video essay. Alan says, you like the glitches in Breath of the Wild better? Everyone did. Everyone did. Rip Boomy Zoomy. Yeah, wind bomb, right? Yeah, I totally get that. There are a lot of people that like Breath of the Wild for the glitching capacity. Jason says, but the way you specify... Oh, that is directed at Alan. I do not read those. I don't read them aloud. Yeah, I agree. Mr. Tension says, after Breath of the Wild, you're jumping right into Age of Imprisonment. You hope it's good? I hope so, too. I hope so, too. I may be not, like, the most supportive of Nintendo when it comes to, like, currently, just because, you know, because of the whole legal thing with Pal World. That doesn't mean I don't want there to be good games for the Switch too. I don't want to see it collapse. I don't want to see Nintendo collapse. I want to see them learn and do better. And not make these same kind of errors again. I don't want to see Nintendo as the schoolyard bully to smaller corporations and individuals. I want to see them as an innovative Japanese gaming company. That's what I want to see. It really sucks when I have to get critical of Nintendo because this. Now there are other gaming companies perfect? No, of course not. Absolutely not. But what I will say there is, you can love a thing, and you can love something deeply, and heavily criticize it because you like it so much. You don't have to go soft on critique just because you like something. I think that's just so backwards. It makes no sense. Then we would never have art critique. Artists would never critique their own art. Tension says, I feel you, Mr. Coin. Yeah, I mean, that's just me. And, you know, a handful of other people, too. Alan says, okay, I think you get why Nintendo sued Pal World. Yes, I am not trying to absolve Pocket Pair and say, oh, Pocket Pair did nothing wrong. No, they made too much of a carbon copy. They came too close to the sun, and Nintendo was more than happy to oblige. They were like, hey, that's IP theft. You can't do that. Yeah, or maybe it's not so much IP theft as it is, you know, Nintendo didn't have the permits or the I'm trying to think of the right word. And the word literally just escaped my brain. They didn't have the copyrights. That's what I'm like. The patents. There we go. Patents. They didn't have the patents in the right place. At that time. So Nintendo really can't be getting that butthurt over, you know, IP copying a little too close to the sun, and they happen to get chosen. Yeah, Nintendo was on a villain arc, and I can't watch. I'm Jaina Proudmoore, and Nintendo is Arthas. Arthas is going to cleanse the city of Stratholme, aka, like, litigate Pal World, like, litigate Pocket Pair. And I'm Jaina Proudmoore saying, Arthas, I can't watch you do this. And I leave. I stop supporting them. It's complicated. As Alan's statement has pointed out, and I'll continue to say this as well for myself, History does not have good men or good people and bad people. It has people making good and bad decisions. Good and evil don't really exist in modern history. There's just moral relativism. Right, I wanted to go this way, is what's happening, and I got a little bit mixed up there. Let me make sure I've caught up with everyone in chat. Going back to Harry Murphy's comment for a minute here. It's nice that you find all that exciting, and I'm glad you enjoyed that with Tears of the Kingdom. I can certainly see why you enjoy or why you enjoy Breath of the Wild. Some things I could say about Breath of the Wild are that it doesn't wear out its welcome. It knows what kind of game it wants to be. It's not throwing the kitchen sink at you, which I think is a gift that is often overlooked in gaming today. It's like in an era where open world games are common, you don't necessarily need to have the kitchen sink tossed at you to have a good time. You don't need to have the gaming company own your butt for half a year. You really don't. You can still have a good time with Breath of the Wild, with 66% roughly less game to experience. Roughly. At least that's how I feel about it. Alan says, on a more happy note, you asked ChatGPT if all the Olympians were in Hunger Games, who would win, and it said Hermes would. Oh, like Olympians, like the Olympian pantheon? Yeah, I mean, Hermes would just be too quick. I could see why it would make that prediction. I don't know. This is a good time to ask the person who asked ChatGPT. Alan, who do you think would win the Hunger Games and why out of the Olympian pantheon? I mean, I'm rather partial to Aphrodite myself, but I only think so because love is a very, very powerful, manipulative practice, and once Aphrodite's charms set in, it would be very easy. It would be very easy for people to just agree to let Aphrodite win. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, your Pokeball Plus could be with you tomorrow. But also, Mr. Coin, your Pokeball Plus could take up to Saturday. That's delivery for you. Alan says probably Zeus. And Aphrodite would get murdered instantly. Why would you say that? I agree with you, she wouldn't last long in combat, but like instantly? I don't know about that one. You would also have like Ares to contend with. Both, Ares and Hephaestus. At least those two would stand in the way. For different reasons. Well, okay, they're flip sides of the same reason if I'm being honest, but I don't know how deep we want to get into Greek lore today. Attention says, gotta catch them all. Yeah, you gotta catch all the pals. Gotta catch all the Pokemon. Alan says, because the 3 virgin goddesses? Well, okay, sure. The charms wouldn't work on them. But, like, there are other avenues. One nice thing about manipulating people to fall in love with you is that you can also consign them to be murderers.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Okay. We've got about 60 seconds before my automation, jumps out. So let me go back and catch up on messages real quick. Tension says, you missed 2 messages, Mr. Coin. I see that. The Chinese are real strict, even the way they live in their laws. The Chinese are strict. Did you mean to talk about the Japanese there? Or were you being, like, you know, dead-face serious when you were saying the Chinese are real strict? Because, you know, all the companies we referenced were Japanese ones. I just want to make sure that we're all speaking on the same sheet of music. Digit says, oh, I don't read these particular ones because you addressed Alundra very specifically. I don't read them out loud, but yeah. Mr. Jason is pretty on point when it comes to stuff like that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Yeah, Tension says Japanese and Nintendo. Yep. I figured that's what you meant. I wanted to just clarify. Mr. Jason says, if the Olympians did a Hunger Games along with Alan would win, as Alan has the power to ram bitches. I don't know. I think you might be caught in... I think they would be caught in Aphrodite's snare pretty nicely if that's what they did. However, I don't think that's what ramming the bitches means. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason didn't even need AI to find that out. Too true. Alan says, but can we all agree Dionysus will be the first one gone? Okay, we have learned that this does not work. I need to check something real quick. Okay, so it's actually not moving the counter, which is strange. Okay. That means it should be... This would be our... Yeah, it should be 3 right now. Okay. I see what happened here. It's fine. I'll just do it manually then. Harry Murphy says you've got to go, but love the stream and will definitely tune back in again. Thank you so much for stopping by, Harry Murphy. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, good sir. But if for whatever reason I don't see you again, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. Or take care of yourself out there. Wow, this has completely thrown my mojo off. We did all the shilling, so all I have to do is you know, talk about the commercial break. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Really, really appreciate it. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. There will be a timer above my head at the start of the hour. And once the timer reaches 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick up where we left off. Truly. I encourage everyone to take a break with me as well, so that you guys don't miss anything. I structure things this way so that there's no FOMO. Nobody has to watch an ad while there's content on the screen. I don't know about that. I guess he's like, Dionysus is... I mean, he's got some meat to him. I guess it depends on whether Dionysus is kind of like fat and surly, or more of like, you see him as like the town drunk. I think he would be one of the first ones gone. I don't know about the first one altogether. Is it Hestia? Is that her name? Goddess of the Hearth. I'll have to pick this up after the commercial break, though. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I was just trying to look at some Firebot things. It worked for the the miner shill worked for the first one. It just didn't work for the third hour, which is like really strange, but otherwise fine. I'm trying to think of random stuff because I just looked at YouTube and Twitch and really nothing has changed. Mr. Jason is a moderator. That is too true. Okay, let's not get caught up. There's the cave over there. So then we need to go this way, right? Oh, we ascend through this. Oh, wait, is that what this is? Hold on now. That's, interesting. Okay, let's snap these together. Just put that right over there. Well, actually, what we really have to do is, like, push that forward bunches and then do that. Yeah, this puts us, like, right underneath here, doesn't it? Maybe not. I might be overthinking it. Never mind. I am, in fact, overthinking it. That's fine. Do you remember? I don't. It's fine. It's fine. I probably said that entirely too many times, too. I'll just take that. Oh, my dad is like a huge fan of the Bee Gees. I don't know. I mean, the Bee Gees are like okay. It's not really my cup of tea. What can I say? I grew up. Do you remember the formula to write an equation in slope-intercept form? Y equals mx plus b. And you have the more generic form, ax plus by equals c. You should always know how to read the slope, the line slope equation in standard form. Always know how to work with equations in standard form. Alan says algebra's hard. I could certainly see that. I went up to pre-algebra in college, and then I never really quite took another math course again. I'd like to take calculus at some point in my lifetime. These days, I can settle for just, you know, reading about it. But I'd like to actually, you know, school myself on some things. That can't really. So your only way forward is like out? Yeah, you actually just oh, never mind. No, there's a hole here. Ha ha. Okay, that's actually really cool. So if I had spotted it, there would have been a tiny hole up there. Did you know that Oxford is so old because they didn't have a calculus class? Isaac Newton didn't invent it yet. I think I remember that being a thing. It's like one of the oldest standing things about, you know, Oxford was that, they didn't have certain courses. I'm trying to remember if, let's see, is it Tom Rock's Math? It might be. There's like a couple of British math tubers that I watch every so often, mainly for the I mainly watch the sections where they take exams, like high school or college exams from various institutions. And I know that Tom Rocks also did a tour of Oxford with the Singing Banana. as another math professor. I think his name is James Grime. I could be misremembering that. But yeah, those two did like a tour of Oxford, and that was not that specific fact, but I think I heard some structures being super old tossed around as a comment, so... Alan says you took pre-algebra in 7th grade, and then you were just a normal math. Yeah, there's the college version of like, it's college pre-algebra. Or, not only did I take the college version, I also took pre-calc. That's like basically the... That is basically like if they stapled all of the algebra courses together into one course. That's kind of what pre-calc is. Lots of graph reading. Like finding the formula for a parabola or knowing what the formula for a circle is. Lots of graph theory. Stuff like that. Which I was studying to be a biologist, not a mathematician, but I did quite enjoy math. Math is very useful. Math lets us model things, a lot of things. Math can be used to model average behaviors among human beings, for example. It's a variation of math called biostatistics. And there's I was always more interested in applied math when I was studying math in school and not so much theoretical math. I do enjoy theoretical math, but it's nice seeing it applied to things like water physics or like various things people find useful. Mr. Jason says, so it's a model subject, Mr. Coin? Too true. Very true. Alan, if you don't mind my asking, do you in general, let's try that again. Do you enjoy math? Is it a subject that you like? I like math, though I am not a math head. I have a friend who is, but I'm not quite the same math head he is. And I can open the floor to anyone else. Do you guys like math? I like math. Math is not fun for its own sake, but math is fun when studying, behaviors, trends, patterns, and so on. Alan says, yeah, math is fun and you're good at it? That's awesome. I always hear, I'm like the person in the friend group that appreciates math even for its own sake. And I am surrounded by peers that hate it, which I think is so sad. Because it really just doesn't have to be that way. It really just does not have to be that way. And really, I find the big thing is American math is in flux right now. Like, we're busy trying to teach our kids 4 different ways to add basic objects together. But we're not really teaching them a method to memorize. We're teaching them all the methods and hoping that they memorize one of them on their own. And one that maybe the instructor has taught them in class. It's really quite upsetting. Outside looking in, because it's going to make parents homeschool their kids a lot more. honestly. Mr. Jason says you've never been particularly good at maths or enjoyed it, but you have a decent... but you have... or particularly enjoy it, but you have a decent knowledge of corporate structure. Fair. Fair. I think for me the trouble subject is outside of geography. You couldn't ask me to point... I could point out some things on a map. I could tell you where France is. I could tell you where Peru probably is. I could tell you where Brazil is. I couldn't point out every state on a US map, but I could tell you where some of them are. But I couldn't be arsed to do all that. Really. Also, I'm trying to figure out where a bubble frog is, because this is like just a channel cave. Alan says, I know the only country that's in all 4 hemispheres. Oh, which one is that? I'm actually quite curious. I would love to know. That's like a nice fact you can pull out of a hat. Really, truly. Unobo, buddy, I need you not to be doing that. This one right here. Ooh, if we can get on top of that, we won't have to worry about that. Yep, see? Perfect. And then we get a fresh 12 steps if I want them. Okay. Nothing up here. There's this hole, though. Alan says it's Kiribati, and I know... Oh, no. Dang it! I read it without reading the whole message first. And now you're going to say it wrong. So it said, like, Kiribati? Kiribase? Okay, is it bass like fish or base like base boosting? Just so I know. Mr. Jason says, I know it could be annoying, but you do like how Unobo is always on a roll. Bass like fish. Kiribati. Okay, I can agree with I agree with the pronunciation. I think it's fine. But why? It's not how it's spelled. It's not how it's spelled in English at all. Well, okay, the first part of it is. The first part of it is said as you think it is. But why that second part? That's probably something Google could answer, and I shouldn't be making you play 20 questions, but that's just so strange. Because that's like, why not spell it like it sounds? Alan says you don't freaking know, you're not an all-knowing deity. Fair enough, Alan. Fair enough. Let's see if Google has an almighty answer to that. Kiribati? Interesting. Oh, that's why. Okay, so according to Google, in the local language there, the letter combination T, T-I makes an S sound, and the final I is dropped or softened. Okay. Mr. Jason says, Google is all-knowing, but you never bother with the AI. Yeah, so if you want to, like, not use AI, right, you gotta do the extra step of typing -AI. If you literally have to type that into your query. So if you wanted to search for Dalmatians, you would say Dalmatians in the search prompt, and then space immediately afterwards, minus, so the key after plus or before plus on a QWERTY keyboard, and then AI, and you'll remove that stuff. You'll get a Google page without, but like before AI ever entered the picture. Wait, are these two channels connected? Why? They're not named the same. Oh, wait, no, that's not what it is. Ludo's channel just goes all the way back here. That's why. Okay. Okay, what other caves do we have then? I know that's not all of them. Or is it? It actually looks pretty close. Okay, we have the one... Well, we already checked that one out. And there's the one... Tarn Point is technically in the in Mount Lanayru, so we might be good to go. I'm making sure, I'm triple checking. There's like a bridge of 3 there. Yeah, I think the only thing we have left to do actually is like jump into the holes. And there are 3 holes to jump into. Just gonna keep making comparisons, though. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason runs an organization, and they enjoy extensive research and comparing and contrasting. Also, Mr. Quinn, you have an extension in your browser that removes the silly Google AI. For my browser, that would be fine. But see, the thing is, my phone plan for Google Plus literally comes with Google Gemini on it. So I have AI features on this phone. I try not to use them much. Maybe like once as like a novelty to kind of just see what it is. But I generally don't. I have not used and try not to use the AI features. Okay, there's that one there. I think we've got them all. I'm so sure of that. Because there's like this string of like 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. We've got 3 here in the well. Did we go into the well, though? I think we might have gone into the well. Otherwise, it wouldn't be marked. We went through... Okay, yeah, we actually have them all. Okay, so let's mark the chasms. I've marked one here. There is another one on Tingle Island. Right here. And there's another one. Or at least I thought there was another one. Are there really only 2 of those? No. The third one is up here. This giant chasm is technically also there. Okay. Cool. And once we dive into those, we can get busy. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you're using a temporary phone as your original one broke. So would you like to know the first thing that Mr. Jason did when setting it up? Did you remove the AI off it? Did you scrub it? I'm curious, what did you do? Alan says the only reason you use AI either is to write scripture that your friend group follows like a cult, or to see who would win in Hunger Games scenario with all the Olympians. So like very light stuff. That's fair. Welcome back, BC West 2011. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are just about to like wrap up with the chasms and caves in Upland Zorana, and we will be grabbing things in the depth real soon. Mr. Jason says, yeet TikTok, respective of others' opinions, who don't want anything even potentially linked to China on your phone. Oh, Yeah, the whole TikTok thing is pretty divisive between me and family. I've got family that use TikTok, and I've got people who swear that it is Chinese propaganda virus. You know, whether or not the U.S. buys it. Like, heck, even if the U.S. does buy it, that doesn't mean that, you know, the Chinese government wouldn't install a backdoor into it, which is kind of why I sort of think the U.S. still should not buy TikTok, but that's a personal opinion. BC West 2011 says they've been busy. I see. I trust it's been going smoothly though, outside of being busy. Alan says, you know, the Spartans yeetus the fetus. Their baby was weak, they threw it off a cliff. Yeah, too true. It's sad. I think that's sad. I get why, you know, if you couldn't take care of yourself, you were a liability. I got it. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. BC West 2011 asks, how has my day gone? My day has gone fine. That is a long distance to drop. Wow, that is a stupid long distance, actually. Oh yeah, I forgot we jumped in here. We technically already dealt with this place. And that was for the dealing with Master Koga to get the auto build. We've technically already been here. Kudos. We can now do the next one, which is like over here. My day has gone all right. BC West, thank you for asking. We've been busy plugging away at caves and chasms and stuff. We've been plugging away, trying to like explore the map and everything it has to offer before we head into the Gerudo Highlands, the last place before the desert. Outside of that, had breakfast, talked with my wonderful, lovely audience, all that sort of stuff. Aelin says, time to ram bitches. You know what? Too true. Too true. It is time. Hopefully the gloom hands are around here. Let's see if I'm right. And if not, you know, we can find, right there. Do we have a multi-shot? We have a threefer. Okay, we do. That's what I wanted to know. But thank you for asking, BC West. I really appreciate that. And I suppose since it's been a while since you've last talked to us, you know, we've more or less just been doing the same thing. I would suppose the most recent thing is, you know, completing the third phenomena, such that we really only have one left. Okay, there we go. Alan says, oh, right, I already read that. Alan says, you like the design of the Gloom Hands better? I do too, but you like fighting the Guardians for more. Yeah, I could see why you would say that. I could definitely see why you were saying that. I don't know. I think they're equivalent for me. I don't know. How do the rest of you feel? Do you like fighting the Guardians more or the Gloom Hands more? As well as like their designs. Do you like one of them, both of them, or neither of them? User 11 says your human being. My human being is back on this stream? What? The Wi-Fi? Interesting. That's just kind of hard to parse. You were trying to copy Mr. Jason. Understandable. Mr. Jason is not really a copyable individual, though. User 11, and welcome back. Good to see you again. Hopefully things have been going smoothly for you since last we spoke. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, Mr. Coin, in response to BC... Oh, right. Your day has literally gone. Too true. It's night for you. BC West says, Gloom, in response to the question of, you know, which do you like fighting more? And, like, the bundled question of the follow-up, or, you know, do you like the designs of one or the other or both? I like both the designs equally, and they're really quite fitting. Tears of the Kingdom does really feel more like, what if they tried to put existential dread in a video game? Ow, that hurts. Get up. Gotcha. Whoa, hold on. I need to address some really not nice sentences. User 11, please don't do that. Like, at all. Okay. I'm gonna let you off with a warning about that. Joking about people's addresses is not okay. That's like stalker hackerish behavior. Please don't do that. If that continues, I'll time you out. And then after that, there will be a ban. User 11 says you're sorry. You didn't know there was something in there in Portugal. We don't mind anything like that. If you were earnestly sorry, that's fine. But I really don't want to see that again. Do we have a deal, User 11? I think we could be willing to put that water under the bridge if that's an earnest mistake. I don't know. What do the rest of you think? Alan says, unless they're challenging you to find their house like your 8th grade science teacher, yeah. Like, it's one thing if, like, it's a particularly well-known estate or something like that. But when you say, I know where you live, as, like, a joke, what people will really perceive that as is doxing. You're threatening to dox them. And doxing, for the uninitiated, means to reveal someone's address in a way they didn't ask for. Revealing information such that maybe not the doxer, but like other people could, you know, follow up with kidnapping or extortion or something like that. User 11 says you're really sorry. I believe you. If you say you're sorry and you mean it, cool. But I'm also not really the person you should apologize to. I would apologize to Aelin specifically and tell them you're sorry. And whether they forgive you or not is up to them. That's what I would do. We'll take it from there. Okay? Hopefully that reaction should clue you in as to how things on the wider World Wide Web work. 69 4. I think we can be in good spirits if Aelin is joking about it. I don't know about you. I missed a Mr. Jason message, so I'll go back and address that. Indeed, Mr. Coin, many people have come and gone in your lifetime and tried to make sense of you or replicate you and ultimately gave up. Too true. Some people, I think nature... with some people, nature literally broke the mold. One more time. Sidon, you did it again, buddy. Very... Yeah, I think, User 11, I think Aelin is trying to show you that it was a if this is an earnest one-time mistake from you, you can let your guard go now. It's fine. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. Coin, definitely not discounting that experience, but the music in the background was kind of appropriate, but definitely not the comments. Well, here's what I'm gonna say, and I think this is gonna make me a touch better than compared to, I say me, this is what's gonna make my channel stand out among others. I prefer to teach. I prefer to teach people and, discuss things like adults and not just ban you or ban people outright. A lot of other channels, if you had made a joke like that, no matter how, well-intentioned it was, no matter how much you didn't mean anything by it, it was just, earnestly saying something for funnies, you would be banned for that. The warning is meant to be a teaching tool. More than anything else. Even, what you're saying right now, we're 24/7 saying, I'm a pull-up, remember, I know where you live. Yeah, even saying stuff in reference like that, if it's not crystal clear that it's a reference being said, I wouldn't say it. I just wouldn't do it. Not that. It's too easy for a misunderstanding to crop up, like what just happened. So I like to use these as teaching moments. Now, if you had kept going, yeah, a ban would have been happening. But you stopped. You said you were earnestly sorry, and you meant it, right? So if you're sorry, as you've said multiple times, I'm not gonna hammer that point home more than I already have, then yeah. Not a super big deal. Just don't do it again. Glad to be of service. I'm glad we could come to a mutual understanding and nobody had to get banned. I always prefer when my moderators don't have to step in and do work. Let me also say that. I like it when I don't have to ask my moderators to step in and do work. I think my moderators also prefer not to do work. So I'm glad we have reached the understanding. We're cool now. If it's all right with everyone, I want to drop that, moving forward, and I do not want people to bring that up again. Okay? Do we have a deal? I'm asking nicely. because I don't want to have to move from asking nicely to enforcing it, please. Smile that's totally not a grimace. Alan says, I still can't believe that you were gone for 5 minutes and you banned someone. Like a whole drama-filled scenario happened and you were on the John. Oh, hey, sometimes, I mean, I guess I could ask, you know, do you live for the drama, Alan? Which is totally fine. I'm merely asking out of curiosity. Okay, this one I'm gonna, I am going to make a hover bike for. Because we're gonna be able to take that hover bike into the depths with us. Provided I, like, mark it accordingly. Nope, wrong one. And wrong again. This one right here. This one's good. Alan says, hell yeah, whenever there's drama in your friend group, you just sit back and eat popcorn with your best friend who's also like that. Fair enough. I suppose drama can be pretty entertaining. You know, provided it doesn't get super serious. I take it you enjoy reality TV then, because reality TV is full of drama like that. I'm trying to remember when that happened. Actually, user 11? That's the curse of ADD. Sometimes, especially undiagnosed, untreated ADD. Sometimes you forget things even though you've clearly already experienced it. This is why I try to write stuff like that down. User 11 says, remember the hoverbike shaped conversation? Ah, yes. The T or D shaped conversation. That I do remember. Frick. Can I grab that from here? No, of course not. BC West 2011 says you love Ninjago. What's Ninjago? I probably just really don't. This might be in reference to a question I've asked as well. I apologize if I forgot that. It's a Lego show? Yes. Okay. No wonder. Yes, I don't know what that is. Long before time had a name. Long before time had a name. What is this? What is this? This is Coin being 33, okay? And not knowing what Ninjago is. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, do you remember the story you told me a little while ago where you took on someone in the TCC at the bottom, but probably even more important than us, executives? Really? Really? Alright, I need to find the Octorok that decided to be hella rude. Get out of here. Okay, let's just move this in here before things get saucy. Alright. Pull this up here. Dive to keep up with it, dive to keep up with it, dive to keep up with it quickly. Really? It's another tiny little cavelet. What the heck? Interesting. Okay, let me finish reading. I'm very bad at finishing tasks today, apparently. Even more important than us executives run client representative, and they decided for some odd reason to have an argument with you. You didn't argue back, but you were taken aback as you could get rid of people as powerful as the board. So this one person had 0 chance. Oh yeah, I kind of remember the story. Yeah, what's the is there a follow-up with that, or are you just wanting to reminisce about an old story, Mr. Jason? BC West says, oh, hold on. I know of Land Before Time, but you know, Ninjago, no. Childhood, yes. I think user 11 is saying, what is this? In response to me not knowing what Ninjago is, Alan. I think that's what that was. Which, I mean, my childhood was different. My childhood was different. I mean, I'm in the era, I grew up watching TV in an era after He-Man was, like, done, right? Like, He-Man had aired, and the show was airing repeats, if anything. But, like, before, you know, the common shows that people watch now, the best thing I could probably say is I grew up in an era where, you know, like, the funniest things to watch were, like, Teen Titans. The original Teen Titans, that is. And, like, Kim Possible. I often didn't have control of the television as a kid. And in an effort to please my sibling back then, we often watched what they wanted to watch, and that was usually... That was usually Kim Possible, or, like, Fairly Odd Parents, or stuff like that. Ooh, I need to be careful and, like, take you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people do have massive cojones. Too true. Mr. Jason says, no follow-up, but it was really weird because you can remove a board member. Oh, that may not have mattered, you know. To some people, you know, the internet's the internet. At the end of the day, you are, like I am and so many other people are, you know, we are people sitting at the ends of the screen, right? We don't suddenly lose our humanity because we take on a corporate position at the board. Even if it's the executive founder, that person is still a human at the end of the day. And people, I think folks were I think that person might have been hoping that you weren't operating in a professional manner that day. Alan says, okay, hear me out, but Kim Possible's mom... Kimmy's mom has got it going on. Okay, sorry, but that's been a little earworm. Yeah, that's been a little earworm stuck in my head. And now you guys get to have it stuck too. Oh my goodness. What? Wait, what? What do you mean your user 11 says, what do you mean your message failed to send? Nah, the whole Bible in there. Oh, did a message fail to send?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if that happened. I wish I could do anything about that, but I can't. I'm kind of just I'm kind of just forced to watch as it plays out. Really? Mr. Jason.
Yeah.
Was the whole thing about Tingle Island the surprise you were talking about earlier, or was it in mainland Zorana? Oh, the whole what was it about thing. Yes. Okay. Let me go back over and read this again, just to make sure there are no more, you know, outstanding arguments today. I already had to, you know, mediate one of them. Okay. I don't know though, Kim Possible's mom. I mean, cute enough, I suppose, but when back in that era, you know, I just didn't watch cartoons for that reason. I really didn't. It was my mom needed to do things, and so the TV was what we got, you know, sequestered to before, you know, video games. And when the GameCube arrived, you know, I stopped watching TV regularly. I would like watch it sometimes out in the living room, but for the most part, after like 13, 14, no, I was in front of a screen most of the time, or, you know, doing homework or other things. Okay, any more? Ah, yes, there's a hole literally right here. One. And the second one right there. Perfect. Mr. Jason says the surprise was Master Koga that you already did. Oh, the thing I pointed out when we got into the first hole, or the first chasm in Upland Zorana. User 11 says that series is older than your maths teacher from last year. I could believe that. Mr. Jason says, speaking of the TCC, Mr. Coin, good sir, you very much still miss the Mr. I will complete every single one of your levels in a single stream guy. Indeed. Yeah, I still haven't seen him. I still haven't seen any, like, indication of the person you're talking about. And with maybe perhaps with much luck, you know, they won't, they will realize what kind of a futile task that is and not do that. Now, if they want to do that as like a supercut, you know, that they could do. Supercut content? Perfect. Anything else? No, not really. I am getting really annoyed with this. I think this might be explored on foot moment. I think that might be what I'm learning here. User 11 says you once asked her which dinosaur was her favorite. Oh yeah, dinosaur can be like a good question. Sure. And Alan beat me right to it. Dinosaurs are cool. Hey everyone, what's your favorite dinosaur? Triceratops. I got fixated on Triceratops as a child, so I'll go with that one. Oh, let me not do that and instead use up some bombs. Okay, we are getting to the point where I probably need a bright bloom seed to function in here. Or we need to start finding some other shrine. We need to find like a light root in here. And one more for good luck. There we go. I haven't had to use that in a while. Easter 11 says you like the Lacotrops? Oh, I can't tell if you're trying to say Velociraptor or Triceratops. Because what you're describing is like a weird mutant between the two. Is the Ankylosaurus the one with the mace in his tail? That might be an Ankylosaurus, yeah. Let me do a quick search. Yeah, that's an Ankylosaurus. Alan says you're an Ankylosaurus. Oh, the second. Oh, a Triceratops. User 11 is saying theirs is a Triceratops. Person of culture, I see. instead of the velociraptor. And then Aelin saying theirs is an ankylosauros. No, I got that wrong. Because Aelin asked the clarifying question, and user 11 says the second. Oh, so you like velociraptor. That's why you had a little bit more of a difficult time spelling it. Makes sense. And then user 11 says, oh, yeah, the ankylosaurus design is pretty metal. I agree with that. Aelin says, I also like the one with the weird horn that's like a resonating chamber. Couldn't tell you what that one is. User 11 says, you like the flying one? Ah, so you like pterodactyls. That's the one I know of that can fly. There are probably some others. One thing that is definitely not a dinosaur that could fly back then would be an Archaeopteryx. That one is like the precursor to birds. And I'm looking for sediment. There was a patch of sediment earlier, and I'm having a hard time finding it. Like, I think I might have... I want to say I found it. Hold on. Oh, I go up here and I'll have a better time of finding it. What's up, Mr. Jason? Did I miss something? User 11 says, Mr. Coin, let's change the subject, maybe? I think dinosaurs are a fun conversation. Aelin says, Parasaurolophus? Saurolophus. That's gonna be a tough one to get my mouth around. Parasaurolophus. Okay. Yeah, that took me a second. I had to get my mouth around it. Mr. Jason says you were in a stream and they were talking about cake. You said you were partial to a bit of coffee and walnut cake, and you then added, or if you're speaking like the Hotel Chocolat patron that you are, one is rather partial to a slice of coffee and walnut cake on occasion. Well, I could go for some coffee and walnut cake. Ah, here is our sediment. It's right here. Yeah. Mr. Jason says that one of those creatures bumped its head. Would it be dinosaur in the morning? Wow. That's an amazing one. That's really funny. It's really punny too, and kind of silly. But, that's neat. That's like one of the ones my sibling would say. They're like really good at puns like that. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, do you want to try another Portuguese sentence? This time with no curses? With no curse words? I'll give a crack at it. But I can't promise you I won't butcher it. Just be prepared for mental agony as I fail to say it correctly. Wait, free got the comma. No, curses, got the comma. No, curses, please. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, do you know what... Oh, did I... No, I could have swore I counted that earlier joke. Did I not? Or did I just play a sound? My mind is now all over the place. Mr. Coin, do you know what you call a dinosaur with limited vision? Do you think he's Saurus? Yep. Do you think he's Saurus? Sure. Let me not do that. Okay, this is like the last one, and we have no clue what's happening here. So what is in here? What is in here? I need to know what we're dealing with. Oh, this is like we're working towards some treasure right here. User 11. It is basic, Aelin. It is basic, but there's a reason it's basic. It's because it's been told before, like, hundreds of times. Since its existence. Probably literally like a couple hundred or several hundred times, actually. Okay, this piece of sediment, we're actually gonna whip out a vehicle for it. This one is gonna be the excavator. Let's see, user 11 says, Isso fazer c'est matard. I can't tell if that's mace, or may. I don't know what you chop off there, if anything, to make that work. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That last one was like, probably an okay sentence, but an okay thing, and it had the curse word in it, I should say. This one, I'm very sure I've butchered to high hell and back. But that's just me. Mr. Jason says, you see Mr. Oh, I might have missed something. Hang on. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, I've probably spent a month's rent on Hotel Chocolat this year. I don't mean as in rent, as you don't pay rent, but you mean around that. Yeah, like several hundred or a couple £100, whatever the rent is. User 11 says that we will do that later. Ah, okay. But you can't say that and you're Portuguese. Fair. Alan says, I know how to ask if someone speaks English. Oh, do you? User 11 says it's getting late, Mr. Coin. You're gonna go now? Very well, User 11. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I really greatly appreciate the company. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if for whatever reason I don't see you, you know, do rest well, or you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Okay, we're gonna need to, I'm gonna get out of this thing, turn it right back around, and then continue. Yeah, it is getting quite late. Technically, stream is supposed to be over, but I want us to at least get the light route before we, like, before we, like, call it quits. Stop getting turned. Stop turning around. Alan says, yeah, it's, I think these are usually like CHs when I see these. Voce fala Inglés, which I'm sure is incorrect, but I'm sure I've made every person who speaks Portuguese scream. Mr. Jason said, oh, hold on. Alan says you also have to go. Sayonara, suckers and ram bitches. Very well, Alan. Thank you so much for stopping by. Good sir. You've been wonderful company, as always. Do rest well and be well. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, but if for whatever reason I don't see you again, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm gonna continue catching up on messages and then go from there. Mr. Jason says, the other day you were talking to a friend of yours. Okay, let me, like, pull back, like, move forward. Come on. We might be hitting our limit at what I'm capable of with the excavator. You were talking to, the other day you were talking to a friend of yours who has a partner from another country, and they said that they are going over to visit their partner's family over there next month. All right, yep, I've had all I can take of this. go to timeout, excavator. I don't think I'm gonna be able to blast this. I think these are bomb-resistant sediment, but just back up a bit. Oh, I'm a literal idiot. I could have used Unobo for that. They're going to visit their partner's family over there next month, and the language in said country is a bit difficult to grasp. You said the important thing in a language is there, please, thank you, and what is the Wi-Fi password? Too true. Maybe the Wi-Fi password less so, but like please and thank you, or like where's the restroom? How do you pay for this or that? Is also kind of important. Where's the ATM? Where is the nearest embassy? Stuff like that. All of that is kind of critically important. If I ever were able to move to like Romania, because I've had a person there offer me a place to stay, so in the event things get really, really hot here in the States. So if I ever get the money to move over there, even for a little bit, you know, I need to make sure I'm learning my Romanian, and learning that basic stuff is really important. Mr. Jason says, if you destroyed that vehicle, would that be an excavator? Oh my god. Cap of the Wild. I also missed whatever this was. Cap of the Wind. According to legend, this cap was treasured by a hero who traveled the great sea. It flaps quite serenely in a soft sea breeze. What? There's a gloom spawn here? Did not ask. Okay. So that chest is a trap. Got it. One more time for good luck. Nintendo and their trolls. This was actually pretty well placed, being quite honest. What? Okay, cool. Ow. Gotcha. Bye. That, I'm not gonna lie, was a pretty effective trap. Like a really effective one. I didn't suspect a thing. I could have looked that up and did not do so. I'm glad. That's close to, but not exactly on the level of, you know, the Frox jump scare. I don't think anything is topping the Frox jump scare. Not even close. Okay, and I believe this takes care of the little string of spots. I'll check up here real quick, but I don't think there's anything up here. If it is, I can't see it, but I think we're good here. All right, let's head back over to the domain, I guess. I guess we could, like, go here, I think. There's nothing that's precluding us from doing that, but I want to dive here into the new hole and, like, go from there. Yeah, Nintendo and their trolls. Too true. We'll grab the light roots, and then I guess we'll call it an episode. So I thought we were going to at least get to the Highlands today. I guess that didn't happen. Thank goodness that wasn't the target of the thumbnail. So instead tomorrow we can just get the dragons. We can get the dragon's tears. We can get all of them. Because the Gerudo Highlands are basically the last place that we have to unlock before we do that. Because there's... I'll just come out and say it. There is no tier in the... There's no tier in the Gerudo Desert. All the tiers are in all the other places. You guys will see what I mean tomorrow. I hope everyone's enjoyed the stream today. I clearly still have some work to do with the, with like the, automation and stuff, but my goal is to get the Patreon and coffee, like, stuff all taken care of, as well as, like, the YouTube shilling. I want to get that taken care of. So that, you know, I'm not talking at you guys so much. I'm talking with you guys. Because I don't like selling people products. I think that's super stupid. I'm not a salesman. And like, I get it, you know, we all have to sell our channels. Like, that's just kind of how business on these platforms works, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Okay, so we have that one, and then we can come over and just use the shrines as a method for marking all these. Here. Oh, you know what we should probably do to make that a bit better is we should kind of do this number. And then once more over here. All right, let's get to it. We only need really a hover bike to get through here. Mr. Jason says you also have to go, Mr. Coin. No worries, Mr. Jason. But you wonder if the gloom spawn near the Cap of the Wind might reference the Floor Masters from The Legend of Zelda the Wind Waker? Probably. That's what all the gloom spawn are reminiscent of. They remind me very much of, like, the Floor Master jump scares you would get from previous games. They even have eyes to go with those spooky hands. That said, though, Mr. Jason, you've been wonderful company, as always. I do hope you rest well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course. But if for whatever reason, you know, I don't see you again, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to grab these 6 light roots. And hopefully just kind of end the stream, because I've got a thumbnail. I've got an interesting thumbnail that I've got to make. I got an idea for what it'll be. Mr. Jason says, your lovely senator, praetor, business partner, and boss will see you tomorrow. Too true, Mr. Jason. See you tomorrow, good sir. Nice. Oh, it just winked out. It's like, nope, bye. Sadness. That's fine. We can just kind of like do this number. Delete that pin, kind of come back over here. Let's see, I got a thumbnail to complete for tomorrow. I got this whole, like, why didn't the counter trigger at 3? Maybe I don't need to make a case for 3 counters. Maybe I only need to make for like an increment of 3 on the counter. Maybe I only need to make a case for like 0 or 1. In fact, yeah, that would actually be far better. And then every time the counter for like the what I use to make the technology with the automated like and subscribe thing, maybe I could do something like that. Where it's only counting 0 or 1. I wish I didn't have to use a counter for that. Because in truth, you really only want to use counters and like switch statements in coding for when there are multiple distinct different cases. So like you don't want to just use those to you don't want to use those when you could use like an if statement more than anything else. And maybe I could clean that up better by making it an if statement. I just don't know how to do that. I don't know what the condition for that is. What's up, Mr. Jason? And also welcome back. At least for a short minute anyway. What else do I have on my docket while we're conducting conversation? Oh, also I need to put a, we need to stop, I need to, like, not fly for a second. And put a bright bloom seed on this. So we, like, conceive properly. Let's get out of here. We got places to be, things to do. Mr. Jason says, King Zora from Ocarina of Time. Do you know how long it takes him to move over to let Link get to Lord Jabu Jabu? Isn't it something like 30 seconds? Or like 20 seconds? It's like a stupid long, a week. Oh my god. You had that joke. You just came up with that joke and came back to say that, right? I'm pretty sure the sound is mweep. M-weep. Mweep. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty funny. It also definitely activated long dormant held cringe for listening to mweep. That is a sound I will never forget in the slightest. There are certain certain things from the 90s that were fads, like, hey, listen. And then there are certain things that are cursed, like mweep. The fads I do remember, but the curses I remember more so. And mweep is definitely one of them. Man, working with voice samples is a strange thing in the 90s. Did you guys know that a lot of the, like, music, like the conducted music in Ocarina of Time and similar games is, not only is it synthesized MIDI, like, it's on MIDI track, but also, the music is done almost entirely through instrument samples. Mandolin, chime. I think we're all good here. There was just a little bit of an OBS crash. You may need to refresh. Like I was saying, I used to I dabbled a little bit in trying to make an Ocarina of Time, like, ROM hack. It was gonna be the land of primality. That's what it was gonna be. With like a really super involved story and everything, because that's kind of a big deal. But Blender is a very frustrating piece of software. That was as far as I got, by the way, was trying to figure out Blender and how to make it work. And this was before You know, updates came out for, like, or instructions came out for more modern pieces of software. I believe the best instructions are Blender 2.78. I think that's the best one they tell you to use for, like, Z object export. Yeah. I'm looking for a large Zonai charge, which I need to go spend the crystallized charges to get more of these. I need to make that happen. I digress. But yeah, the audio files are basically and especially decomp. Yeah, there are sounds or instrument samples in there. There are like 80, 90 some odd different samples they used. It's kind of crazy. There are really only a couple of things that are like bona fide tracks. Koji Kondo was working with a lot, and we had instrumentation back in the early 2000s, but orchestras orchestrated full tracks take up a lot of space. On like an N64 cartridge. N64 cartridges, it was amazing what you could stuff in them at the time. Kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, the craftsmanship when it comes to Japanese video games is really quite something else. I don't think there's a culture of people that take their industries and crafts more seriously than that of the Japanese. They're not the only ones that take that stuff seriously. But the Japanese, I find Japanese culture around that stuff to be very interesting. It's very relaxed yet disciplined. Like, very relaxed yet disciplined. And they have a lot of pride in what they, you know, sell or make for their audiences. Nobody's culture is perfect. The Japanese certainly have their own problems. My culture is definitely not perfect. And it's a mishmash of pretty much every culture that has ever emigrated to a country ever, while it simultaneously still wants to hold on to previous Anglo-Saxon and Judeo-Christian values. It constantly lies to its own people about what it wants to be. But my culture is definitely very flawed. We all have our flaws. But apathy, and lack of care are definitely not one of the things that Japan's culture has a flaw with. They don't have a flaw with that. They're caring for the minutiae of every little detail is baked right into the culture. That doesn't mean every Japanese person behaves that way. You know, not every Asian is good at math. You know, let's avoid stereotyping people. What I am trying to say is, like, the culture presents itself as this and that. That's what I'm trying to, like, call to. And American care for crafts and industries is not the same. It's different. It's fine if it's different, but it is different. I would say with us, it's more like efficiency. We care about, you know, being flashy, but also efficient. We're like always caught between two worlds on stuff like that. Oh, whoop, nope, wrong one. Wrong way. Yeah, I could literally see that one there, so it's just making that right-hand turn to go to another place. I think it might be right through here, actually. Yeah, up there, move higher, and we have it. That said, all of that said, I think artistry and, like, care to one's craft is kind of a timeless thing. I think it crosses all borders. Everyone wants to be good at their craft. Everyone. We all want to show that we have mastered something. Not that there's necessarily no more left for us to learn, but that we're truly practiced in, you know, what we know in life. There's nothing wrong with that. And it manifests differently depending on, you know, regional and historical contexts. And the experiences that people have passed down from one generation to another. I think there's something beautiful in that. But also, you know, something perhaps horrifying. We can pass all kinds of lessons on to our offspring, including lessons of what not to do, who not to be. I learn a lot more from the mistakes that people make and my own mistakes, as opposed to that looks wrong. That just looks really wrong. Super wrong. I learn more about what not to be, to say or do from other people. What they say wrong, what they do wrong. You learn from Nero not to feel as though you're omnipotent. You learn from Hitler to show some value in another person. With Andrew Jackson, you learn to show compassion to people that are being oppressed. I'm trying to, you know, you learn tolerance from Bloody Mary and, like, King Henry. You learn tolerance. And you also learn why intolerance cannot, and revenge cannot be things that you seek in a leader. Because when you do seek revenge as a quality that you want to have in a leader, you will get hurt. Kurt Cobain? Hurt people? Yeah. If you elect a man who says the immigrants are poisoning our blood, you elect someone who says globalize the intifada, even if they've locked it back. You elect someone that says the Goyim and the Jews are not the same, or that Allah is supreme and all other religions are inferior, or that Hecate will, you know, unfurl 1,000 curses upon you, and you better not trigger the wrath of Magda, or whatever. If wickedness is what you choose to seek from your leaders, then you will be bit from the fangs of that same wickedness. You will not be spared, because eventually your government, your people that you elect, will turn on you. and there will be nothing you can do because you put them in power, and they will likely not give it up. Not even with a good fight. Not even at the end of an agreement. They will likely find some way to subvert you. So they could continue having their power. Oh, I forgot. This is up here. Okay. So, next episode, we will be exploring the Gerudo Highlands. That is something we're going to make happen. But, we are also going to take a nice hard look at some memories. We're gonna experience a lot of lore tomorrow. My lovely senators and inductees, my name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. I think it's pretty easy to say. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do. You can find all that stuff on the Twitch and YouTube pages. Like, subscribe, follow. Those are free and take only a few clicks to do. The rest are in the link tree in the description, or under where the social links are, underneath the video player on Twitch. My lovely senators and inductees, we will be back tomorrow. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amongst any of my hallowed halls anytime. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.